The work session for discussing our continuing discussion of busking, soliciting, and panhandling. I offered Bert a chance to come and give us a short recap because I think we've all seen a lot of emails. So, you want to come up? Yes?
Thank you.
Have a seat right here.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
I want to thank you for inviting me to the conversation very much. I sincerely understand that there are problems in Seaside with busking, panhandling, and soliciting. I don't doubt that, I don't deny it. I have to ask why all three of them, and this is only from my watching your February 10th meeting, why all three of them are put together.
Did you get my response in email?
Yes.
Okay. Because I kind of laid it out there, is that if you limit, we can't limit the content of speech.
Right.
And all somebody needs to do is, my panhandling is free speech, my art is free speech, my soliciting is free speech. So for us to say, we don't like this content, or that content, puts us in problems with First Amendment rights.
Okay.
And so the limitations that we do have is the ability to limit, where, when, and how.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
time, place, and manner.
Okay.
Right.
And I don't think we're talking about content. I think we're talking about time, place, and manner.
Yep.
And I am of the opinion that we need to separate them out because it's three different kinds of activity. They all have that free speech attached to them, but I think we can have different different guidelines regarding time, place, and manner for each one of those kinds of activities.
So you have clear definitions that will tell you what is and what isn't available.
I think we can define those, yes.
The other option that I'm proposing is that if you have a busker permit system, you self-define yourself as a busker. Oops, thank you. Self-define yourself as a busker. We happen to have a registered busker for the Seaside, or the Pikes Place Market right there. Mm-hmm. And you sign up for a code of conduct, what you're going to do. Because what I'm hearing from the meetings at this the business association stuff was that there are activities that people are doing, behavior, whatever you want to call it, that is not acceptable. I don't deny that or change that or anything like that, but I think what I'm concerned about is how do we find a path for responsible buskers. I'm not arguing that there's irresponsible buskers. I'm asking how do we find a path for responsible buskers. And one of the questions that I guess I had, and I talked with Carrie a little bit about this, was how is this actually gonna work if it passed and we were, quote, all sent to Quattack Park? Because going through it, it sounded like, well, this is something that if that happens, then the police would be called if there's a complaint, and they'd come down and talk to them if they get down there on time, because most buskers are only there for an hour and then they're gone. Except for a guy like me who's there for 8 or 10 hours. But they'd come down when somebody's called. If they find them, then they've got to talk to them. They probably get a warning first time and then something the second time, and maybe third time they're arrested for trespassing. And listening to that, I'm going, how's that different than what you're already doing? I don't know. I'd like to talk about a busker permit thing by chance. If that, and please, this is not in stone. I think one thing you gotta have is you have to have something large that would have to be right next to their receptacle, whatever that receptacle is.
So they are easy to report.
Easy report. And what I have down in there is, it does say busker permit or busker complaints or concerns. In many other busking programs around the country, that is what they do. So that they've got something that says, hey, this guy was rude to me, this guy was yelling at me, this guy's drinking, this guy's doing whatever. And if you get these complaints, you lose your permit. I don't think that's too much to say because, good God, you know, I mean, I'm a businessman in as much as anyone else is there. I can tell you that when Kevin, Kevin Numbnuts is what we call him, the bubble guy that was down here for a couple years, he hurt my business every single day. He's yelling at people and screaming at people and stuff. You think they want to come over and look at my stuff closely? It hurt my business. Nobody likes this kind of thing. Permit, I'm sorry. Of course, it's always the last one. These are just proposed rules. They don't have to be there, and this is just a starting point. Busker permit must be displayed prominently next to your tip receptacle. No amplified sound or very minimal amplification, noise. And you guys already have a noise ordinance, right? So if you just enforce that, you'd probably be half of it already. I mean, for the noise issue, right? No drums or horns in certain areas. Again, that's noise. Pike's Place Market does the same. They don't have it in certain areas. Other places have it, and the Pike Place Market doesn't have it at all, but other places have it in different places. They say, no, this is gotta be a quieter area. This can be a little bit louder. No animals used in busking. Animal rights concerns. We had some issues last couple years for snakes and parrots, I guess, and other things like that. I grew up in Monterey for a few years, and there was always the guy with the hurdy-gurdy and the monkey, you know. Maybe that's fun, maybe that's nice, but most people are probably gonna say animal rights nowadays, maybe that's not something you want. No prices displayed. No pose with me for $5. No dangerous performances, i.e. chainsaws, cannons, and you can put whatever you want in that. Different places say fire, other places say knives for juggling. If you've seen the knives they use, they're not gonna cut anybody, but that's okay, that's whatever you like. No blocking traffic, foot or otherwise. Performing under the influence of intoxicating substances. And this is the most common issue at Pike's Place Market, and they can lose their permit for this. And it's in the Pike's Place on their website right away. It says this is the most common complaint. I've included myself personally. I think that any business can ask a busker that is working in front of their business to move away from their business for any reason. I mean, if you've got a business here and somebody sets up right in front of your business, you should be able to say, excuse me, there's other places in town. Can you please move? Now, I would think that would be something that's only for your business right in front of you. It's not across the street, it's not down the street, because if that's an issue, then you're probably talking noise or other things.
So let me
Yes, sir.
ask you on that.
Yeah.
So what we've talked about in the past is taking the area right down the core and saying you have to move away from the businesses so that they don't have to ask or confront other people. That's all we've said.
Mm-hmm.
How is that different than going and trying to be in front of 15 or 20 businesses until you're moved out of that area?
Are you willing to take, no, okay, sorry.
I was gonna say I can answer that.
For myself, I'm down in front of the Seashore Inn. I'm inside your exclusion zone.
Not technically,
No?
because you're on the beach. The
Well-
beach is
We
not
don't,
under
Beach
our
is fine.
control.
we don't control the beach.
You don't control the beach, but you do control the prom or any place I'd put a receptacle.
That's right.
That's right.
No.
The prom wall, we do control.
You don't have to use the prom wall.
Well, I can't use the sand. I can't have anything.
Shepherd's hook.
Oops.
Shepherd's hook?
A shepherd's hook in the sand.
Well, then it's technically in the sand according to the ranger.
So you've talked to this,
The
I've
issue,
talked to the
It's a state
ranger
issue,
before.
not a
the
city
issue is
That's a
state,
state
state
issue,
parks
not
does
our
not
issue.
allow,
Donations of
doesn't
any
allow
type.
this activity on the beach, so we're stuck between, you can't do it on the beach and you can't do it on the prom, and we're trying to
So
thread
you
the
can
two.
build sandcastles, but you can't have a tip jar.
Right. In other words, I've heard the phrase ban the chip jar, not the person. Well, it works out the same.
But it works for everybody too, because I run a salt makers thing, and starting last year, we could not have a
Have
tip
a
jar.
donations, that's right, absolutely.
You can have QR codes.
Yep.
But you can't have tip jars.
Correct. I
So they
found.
could Venmo you something if you had a Venmo tag.
Yeah, which I do have a Venmo already, and I get maybe 5%
It's not-
that way. That was the main reason when we were told last year. I also organized the Sand Fest down there, sand sculpture contest, and we thought we were going to be able to have a donation like we'd had the previous 2 years, but the state said no, you cannot accept donations if you're on the sand.
It's
So
it's
therefore we had to
interesting that they
charge.
allow, at like Hood to Coast, they allow tip jars.
But
on
that's
that.
because those
No,
people
it's-
have gotten permits from the state.
No, they can't have, legally, they can't have a tip jar, and I've actually sent photos to the state on that. They are not supposed to be able to do that. The way they did the tip, earning money for the donation that they made for the food bank is everything came in on a QR code. It was a Venmo or a Cash App or something like that. That's the gray area, they're letting you do that. They're letting you do that, but you can't do a cash donation. I don't try to explain the rules. I just have to try and follow them. Again, if someone's on the, and I'll get to the beach more on this one as well. But yes, if someone's working, I mean, I don't know whether it's gonna be, if you're saying you shouldn't have anything at Downing Park, or you shouldn't have anything down on the water, or on the sand, whatever. I would assume that some people, I have heard some people actually like to have some buskers around. So if they wanna have them, I guess, okay, they should be probably allowed to have them.
On their property, that's
On their
fine.
property, they could have
Yeah.
them, but people don't own property on Broadway
On Broadway.
But it's public
or on the
space.
prom.
Really? There's no property on the prom that's owned privately?
What people don't understand is that actually the grass that's in front of the Seashore Inn
Yeah.
belongs to the city.
Interesting. Because I was informed by Carrie, maybe this is wrong, that Bill would be okay because he's on private property.
He might be okay if he had permission from the Promenade Inn and Suites, and he was sitting on, I
This is
think
the-
that's their bench.
This is a seashore inn.
But Seashore Inn, I believe that the property that butts the prom.
Yes.
That's city property. They have there's a, what do you want to call it?
Easement or whatever.
Easement, yes.
Yeah.
It's actually a platted street.
It's a platted street.
I'm not
As
sure
soon
it
as you happen
goes-
on the other side of the resort, with those condos that went in there, they actually had to tear out a fire pit that they had built because it was on city property.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go through this if it's okay. One of the things, keep your area clean. You may not leave your equipment when not performing. I don't know, I mean, I get down there in the morning where I'm at, and the first thing I do, I fill up my water jugs, but then I end up cleaning up and sweeping up all the area around those garbage cans every day.
Amen.
And I pick up at least a half a bucket of stuff on the sand every single day. Because I work there, that's my neighborhood. Excuse me, that's the way I look at it. It's not uncommon for other systems as well also to have clean up your area. Anywhere where you performed, you're expected to pick up with the public dumps. That's just the way it is. And of course, you already have laws about picking up your mess. In this town, you're not supposed to litter. That's already a law, right? Specific to performance buskers, musicians, jugglers, magicians, whatever. 1 hour time limit for performances. This is similar to what they have in Pike's Place Market, correct?
Yep.
That's
Yep.
right.
This prevents a busker from hogging a spot and, of course, no leaving your equipment to save that space. Rudeness to the public, aggressiveness, or yelling at the public that result in complaints can result in the loss of a busker permit. It doesn't do my business. I've had people show up and say, hey, well, I've had a couple, mother and daughter, little. They came by and started looking at my sculpture. She, actually, the little girl, wanted to look at it. And her mom said, no, you can't look unless you're gonna give a tip. Because they had just been down to another sand busker who has a very different attitude in life. And of course, I told them, no, that's not the way it is. You look as long as you want. If you feel like have it, you wanna make a thing, that's fine, but that's not expected. Specific additions to bubble shows, no performances on the prom. Performance must be on the beach, no soapy bubble mix on the prom, and that's a safety issue. Again, Kevin Numbnuts would do that. I saw him start up a show at like 10:30, 11 at night, turn his boombox on. Again, noise issue, and those people are in the hotel, they're trying to sleep. Plus, you leave that bubble stuff all over the ground. I mean, someone's gonna slip and kill themselves. Any complaint from an outdoor restaurant of bubbles in or on their outdoor seating, the bubble show will end immediately. That has been a past issue, mostly with just one bubble guy, but still. If a meal is ruined by a bubble mix getting on the food, the bubble artist can pay for the meal or lose their permit. Because, I mean, Moe's certainly doesn't want to have that happen, and then they've got to put a new meal for these people. This is just, I mean, I'm sorry, this is just, to me, obvious. No leaving equipment on the beach overnight. No dumping bubble mix on the beach. I can't tell you how many times I've come down there early in the morning and see a big pile of foam, because somewhere or another they've got a lot of sand down, or a lot of bubble mix in the sand, and they get this big pile of foam.
Don't dump it in the storm drains either.
Well, yeah, I mean, take care of it. I don't know what you're gonna do with it, but it's not something that somebody else should have to deal with. Note, I'd assume all the on-beach items would apply to anyone using the beach as their venue. No leaving anything overnight, cleaning up the mess. And this gives a way to regulate what happens on the beach. The city currently doesn't really have that possibility to do. But yes, the state should be policing this area, but most likely doesn't enforce it. This would give the power to the city, because the busker wants to have that tip receptacle on the beach or on the prom. And they can only have that tip receptacle if they're following the rules of the busker permit. I have to ask, since I hear that there's a record of complaints about different things, how many complaints have you had about a permit or a receptacle on the prom?
Well, I can tell you, because I'm one of the big complainers,
Okay?
and I have complained regularly, because I know that that's a historical edifice, that wall. And just because it's made of cement doesn't mean that it is going to last forever. We have had to repair that wall like crazy, and the tip jars have been strapped. They damage the wall. That's one problem for me. The other problem is it's public property, and I'm not a fan of people making money on public property. So I know that I have been, but I've also been a complainer about the stuff that's left under the prom, the stuff that's left on the sand, the bubbles, all of that stuff.
Sandwich boards along Broadway.
But I can also tell you that this topic came up at least 10 years ago when I've been on the council 15, and I brought the Pike Place Market idea, which the council at that time didn't want to deal with. I like permits. I like the Pike Place Market idea. You've got some good rules there. There's ways to go. I also think that there can be some attractive places. And I know at that time at Pike Place, the buskers regulated themselves. They signed up for an hour at a time, and hey, when it's my turn, if you're there,
Yes.
you better go, because I'm here now.
My understanding is they still have that bulletin board.
Yeah.
I can answer that question.
And there's no reason that we couldn't have something similar. And one of the thoughts that has come to me is, we have some very attractive seating areas down through Broadway that are off the sidewalk. We could take, I think there's 5 or 6 of them. I haven't
The
counted
little
them.
gazebo sort
Yeah,
of things.
little
the one
gazebo.
design. Yeah.
We could take and designate maybe 3 of those, so they're not too close together, and say, these are busking areas. They're still on Broadway, they're still on the public, they're not right in the line of the sidewalk, so you're not impeding traffic. And, maybe there's a sign-up sheet. I don't know what all the details would be, but there's another possibility, and I think
That includes something like that.
and
I like
I'm
that.
totally in favor of you have your permit showing.
Showing and a place for complaints.
Yes.
I think that's,
Yeah.
feedback
So-
has to be there.
So there's things I'm not in favor of, but definitely I'm in favor of permitting and finding, and we have time, place, and manner. Yes.
So just a point of clarification, there is private property that borders the prom. Seashore has it, Old Shiloh has it, a lot of these hotels have it.
Wyndham,
The city's property along the prom doesn't, on the north end, doesn't begin until about 9th.
Oh, okay.
And then there is a small chunk of city south of Wyndham that is city property where the fire pit was, but the other hotels all do have private property.
Yeah, in fact, the road the mayor was referring to, I think, is mostly to the south all along. We have another.
Well, then that becomes a negotiation, I guess I would call it, between the busker and the owner of the private property.
I can tell you that first thing when I came to town here is I looked to get a business license. I was told, no,
Not for busking.
you don't get a business license. So either way, that's all right. I was told to deal with the state, talk with the state. Yeah, you're fine as long as you don't accept money on the thing. At the time, I was told, and like I said, I was like, okay, well, what's the issue? And I put it on the rail. I was told the rail was no man's land. So, okay, that's where I put it. Yeah, okay, hey, that's the information I had. Certainly have had a number of police officers come by and look at my stuff and never say anything, so I assumed I was in good stead. I guess people have been putting it on the rail for, my understanding is at least 25 years. It's probably even older than that. Don't know. I mean, I know the other sand guy claims he's been doing it for 25 years.
He hasn't been here for 25 years.
He hasn't been here full time for 25 years, but he has been here. I've seen him here back in 1999.
Off and on, because he also is in California.
He was in California until 2011, I think, and then he moved up here full time. Some other things I was told to bring these up. This is the Pike's Place market thing and how they do it. I picked up Santa Cruz thing. They have a brochure actually kind of thing, and then also permits on how they do it. Quite extensive whole thing, the whole chapter from the Santa Monica thing. One of the concerns I heard from Carrie again was that how does Santa Monica Pier do it, because are they private property or not? No, they're not. And they do have something about the pier and different areas and that in different plazas and what you can and cannot do in different plazas at different times. My point being is I don't have all the answers for you. One of the things I still don't understand is how this is going to be enforced. Because, I mean, who is going to do it? Who's going to take the complaints for the buskers? Who is going to, or that? And who's going to enforce? Is the police going to do it? Well, it sounds to me like you've already said, or I've already heard, that the police aren't coming down anyway.
So I'm going to take a page out of your book, Christine, and I don't think, whatever we end up deciding, I think we have the opportunity to do pilot programs. You knew that's where I was going. And to try different things out. What works, what doesn't work, etc. So I think jumping right out to how's it going to be enforced, we have to look at how's it going to work first.
Okay.
Before we look at that. And then we need to look at, and maybe if we design something well enough, you don't have to worry about enforcement.
I'd agree.
And the other thing is, there's peer pressure too.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you enforce it amongst yourselves. You know, don't give us a bad reputation, follow the rules, etc. So I think that there's some opportunities here, but we're only talking about one segment, and that's street performing, busking. The big thing in the past was also about panhandling and what happens there. And that's not something that I think, that's not on the table right this minute.
The one thing I look at with any of these things here is, for me, this is when you sign up for this permit, you're signing up a contract basically that says, I'm willing to do these things and not do these things. I'm sorry?
You're getting a business license.
It's like a temporary license.
Whatever, yeah, I mean, but it's basically, hey, this is what I know I'm not doing, and this is what I know.
Garage sale permit.
Yeah, you have to get a permit for a garage sale. Did you know that?
Some places, you have to
Here
have a
you
permit.
do.
Okay.
And you're
yeah.
only allowed so many a year.
There you go.
Here's the list of
Okay,
proposed
why don't
rules.
you give this to our city staff?
Okay.
I want to see
And
it.
if you can send electronic copies,
Yeah.
even better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can't get an email to you. We found that out last year when I was trying to get you to sign off on the properties down there.
Send it to me, I'll forward it on.
Okay, gladly.
Why can't he get it to you?
I don't know the answer on the prom. I know that if I can't have something in that area, I'm out of business. I'm not trying to
Yours isn't one that
mess
would
up.
work at Quatat.
What's that?
Yeah, yours isn't one that
Yeah.
would work at Quatat.
You need the sand.
You need the sand.
I need the sand.
And in our previous discussions even, we were only looking at A to First, correct?
Excuse me?
Looking at what?
Avenue A to First.
Oh,
on
A
the
to
prom.
First.
The
Right.
original-
We're beyond the
On
prom.
the
Never
prom.
mind.
The original proposal was the entire length of the prom, and
Right.
then most
And then we
recently
cut
it
it
was
down.
shortened to A to First.
But then all the way down to,
Yeah, well, originally it was all of the prom and all of the downtown
Yes.
maintenance district.
I was just referring to his using the
Oh,
sand.
The reason I'm there is because the hotel, Seashore Inn there, lets me use their hose water. I use about 500 gallons a day.
and their frontage is private or city? What did we just say?
Private.
Seth just said it was private.
Well, then why can't he put his tip bucket on their lawn?
You could.
Good.
If he,
I suppose
If
I
it's
Are you,
could.
private,
and you're dragging your hose is going across the
Then-
prom, right?
yeah, if the hose
Only
is actually
temporary.
going across
Very
the
temporary.
prom, I have a
I'm very
safety
conscious
concern.
about that.
Yeah,
Can't have
If
it
we-
all day.
No,
if you
not
put the
even.
hose across the
Not
prom and
even.
I
somebody
just wasn't
trips,
sure how you filled
we're
up the
in
hot
trouble.
tub very quickly, because I'd love the tool.
Okay, thanks, Bert.
Thank you.
We've got obviously a lot more
Understand.
discussion.
Yes, thank you for your
Thank
time.
Gentleman in the hat, did you want to say anything or?
I was gonna say, most of the stuff that you guys just talked
Come
about,
up here.
most of the stuff you guys just talked about is super easily dealt with.
Could, you identify yourself?
I'm Mickey. I am the magician. Somebody here said that we self-regulate. This is true, we do. Michael very often will come up behind me and give me the nod, and I'll say, I'm gonna hold the spot for you a second, and I'll keep working, and when he's set up, I wander off. I go to another corner. We should talk about police. Just because a lot of the places I've worked, the police are freaking important to buskers, and I'll tell you why. I do magic, and I do magic for families, kids. If people don't feel like it's a safe place to bring their kids, they won't come. One thing I would like to see is a cop, a roller, rolling down Broadway and waving at the busker. Let us know. We'll stop you and tell you if we see something, because we don't want people messing around either. The license is a great idea because, again, you're agreeing to something. When I come onto my pitch, I clean it up. I pick up the cigarette butts. I clean it up because I'm working, right? I don't charge. My tip bucket doesn't say tips. It says thank you. I will work for a group of 25 people, and they can walk off without leaving me a damn thing, and I don't care because there's another group. I think part of it is you need to know busker language, like you shouldn't be doing a bally downtown. There's no room for a bally. A bally means you're calling in a crowd. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, here. Okay, there's no room for that, but there should be no problem with trickle shows. That's just people walking by. The busker should control the space. Don't let people block this should all be written right in I work right on the corner a lot, right across the street from the Pig and Pancake. That is not a big spot. But I can call in 10 people, and within 5 minutes, not without blocking anything, within 5 minutes, they're moving along
I
again.
saw you working this morning.
Yeah, and I'm good, right?
You were.
I am very
And
good at
people
what I do.
saw us talking to you, and then more people came, and then more people came, and then more people came, and without any signs or anything.
The way to do it is you put some kind of a mark on the places where people are allowed to work. It's very easy. In the Pike Place Market, they use a music note. And inside the music note, it'll have a number, like only one person can work here. Only 3 people can work here. So that when a busker walks up, They're like, oh, okay, I can work here or I can't. I'm not sure what other problems you have. It doesn't sound like you have a whole bunch of problems with buskers other than Kevin.
Yeah, he's gone, thank you.
Okay. I remember Kevin.
Yep.
A lot of the issues we have aren't with the buskers. They're being caught up in us
Okay.
trying to regulate others.
Okay, so here's the deal. If you, first of all, if you're a busker and you can't work for 2 hours and make $40 to pay for the permit, you shouldn't be busking. You're a chump and you should get off the pitch. I'm just saying, okay? So if you're charging that, make the panhandler the same thing. You want a panhandle? You don't have a permit.
I think we get into some pretty sticky
Yeah, well,
areas with that.
It's,
we'll call it the same permit. You're charging me, and I'm working. Okay.
That's the difference.
That's where we get into content.
Oh, so it's okay to sit there and be a scrub and beg, but you're gonna punish the
Supreme
working
Court
guy?
says it is.
So I think this
We
is.
haven't settled the legal side of
We
things.
haven't-
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
haven't
think,
settled
I think
anything.
the reason, this was brought up earlier, several different ideas are being addressed at one time is that they're all separate, but there is a lot of overlap. And so when we try to clarify one, it'll bring up questions on the other. So we need to clarify each one of those things separately, and that's where we'll need our attorneys to say, you know, what we can and can't do. We'll first put forward kind of what we'd like to do, and then and see if that is something we can do or can do with some modifications.
So really, what I'm hearing from you folks is that this isn't really a busker problem. This is a problem with other folks.
I
But we're
would
caught up in
say,
it.
I would
But
say,
we're caught up in it.
having been in several conversations with our downtown businesses, they would say it is a busker problem. And the biggest problems that they've mentioned are buskers leaving their equipment and their supplies and things behind, and the downtown businesses having to clean it up.
That's lame, Steve. That's just, you have a license and you agree to the rules.
The problem doesn't have to be buskers. The problem in the past has been buskers, just like Kevin, whatever his
Yeah.
name is.
You guys know him.
And other ones who have used the electricity in Downing Park. They've left their things behind.
What's Downing Park? Where's that?
That's when the carousel.
By the
By the carousel, that's where I was. Okay.
Right,
They use
right.
electricity.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Or they leave their equipment all under a tarp, or, you know, and, so there's some sort of regulation that's needed, but it's not because we don't want you at all. It's how do we make sure we all work together well?
I really think this is the answer. You make people sign a thing that says, I agree to these rules. I'm not gonna leave my garbage everywhere. I will only work in the areas that's designated, that has the paint mark on the ground. And I won't violate the rules in those areas. If I do, you yank my license.
And we know that it works other places.
Well, it works really good. And again, we do self-regulate. At the Pike Place Market, you walk up, if there's somebody working there, you walk up and you write Mickey, and you ask the guy, when did you start? 15 minutes ago, so you write the time for an hour later and you put it up there. You know, but you're also, then you're not allowed to go work another pitch either. You're in line, you know what I mean? It's pretty, but we do self-regulate. I don't think any busker who's worth their salt is not just gonna agree to this. I clean my pitch as soon as I walk onto it. You know, I mean, I don't leave my stuff laying around. If you're doing that, in my mind, you're not a pro. You're not a professional. And who wants a bunch of scrubs? If you want buskers, you want pros, right?
Very, very
First
true.
thing
You
I
feel
do
me?
is pick up cigarette butts around where I.
All of us do. I've seen all of us do it. Again, the police, it would be cool if every once in a while, you've got, what's that guy's name? Ryan with the beard, nice guy, Paul?
No, that's.
The nice guy that walks through there?
Paul's a nice guy.
Yeah, he walks through and says hi and stuff. That is helpful. I mean, people won't come with their families. They won't. I'm telling you, because go up and work Pike's Place right now. It's horrible. Yeah, they've got so much private security now because the area outside the market is so riddled with, and the private security they walk like stormtroopers. It totally ruins the vibe. Just having a canine unit roll through, wave, stop. Hey, talk to the busker for a second. If we see something, we're gonna tell you. You know what I mean? That's a big deal.
That's true. I mean, there have been more than a couple times the police have come by, and I said, "Hey, did you see that over there?"
Yeah,
Because I work with family. I give lessons down there. If the family comes by and sees me making something, they look at it and say, "Well, that's nice," and I get a chance to talk to them about a lesson. Now, if they don't feel comfortable with me in the area they're at, they're certainly not going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Okay, we can't hear you when you're back there, so.
Sorry.
it's
can you-
good now. But it's
Okay.
good now. But the cop rolling down once in a while and waving at the buskers, I'm telling you, this will solve all your problems because as soon as somebody violates, you kick them off the pitch. You violate them, say, nope, you're done for a month. You know?
I think the best way to think about this right now is a work in progress.
There you go.
Thanks for your input.
Yeah.
We've got some other things we have to discuss.
Okay, I'll get out of your hair.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Is there anybody else who wants to take like 5 minutes, add anything new? Already heard from the Worldmark folks. You got anything new? Okay.
Some of you guys were there on Thursday, so.
Yeah.
What happened on Thursday?
City of,
Uh,
Good morning, Seaside.
Oh, yeah. So, obviously, one thing is, it's gonna depend on city staff, and whoever decides, whoever we can get to run this, permit system. Police, obviously, we don't have a lot of police. We are not Seattle, we are not Santa Monica, we are not any of those cities. And so we have to find something that works for us and what we can handle here.
So some time ago, I don't know how many years ago now, I did propose an idea. Because, it used to be that we had Officer Friendly coming downtown. And it was, that was when we were doing friendly parking enforcement. We had people on bicycles. And it was very welcoming, and we had somebody who was in the downtown area during the summers. What I've talked about in the past is we could still have that. They don't have to be a member of the police department. We could, and I know that SDDA and the merchants downtown want to be involved. And it could be something that maybe we fund through TLT, because it's lots of tourism, but it's administered through SDDA. They hire the person, they manage the person, and that person is a downtown welcome meter.
Worldmark did that for several years at the Carousel Mall. It was like an information booth or something
But
that
they were,
ran.
they were selling.
Yeah.
This wouldn't have to be selling, but this would be somebody that everybody would get to know. The merchants downtown would get to know.
Gary's
And
not on.
it's really interesting how different
Gary's
the.
not on, right?
Not yet. It's interesting how different the atmosphere is downtown when there is some sort of, I don't want to say police presence, but a friendly presence that there's oversight, and you can go up and ask them, well, where's this? How do I do this?
Friendly authority.
Where's the beach?
Where's the beach? Yes.
I can't tell you how many, I know you can't hear me there, but how many people come up to me or don't come up when I hear them walk by, where's the restroom? Oh, I'd really love to get out on the beach there, but I'm too old. Oh, hey there.
Thank you, Bert.
But I really think that is something, Carrie offered to do something about the permitting, which I'm not sure that's where I would want the purview of SDDA. But I do think that it's something where we could.
She didn't say it was just SDA.
I know.
She's saying big.
But I think that we could collaborate with SDDA for something to be going on downtown.
I think it's a great discussion, but I don't really hear any clear direction for the city here yet on what to do and how to proceed here.
So I just got a message from Carrie. So it
Good.
says willing to be involved, not necessarily wanting to. Our most recent letter was that we would rather be a part of the oversight committee, not necessarily hiring somebody.
Yeah, my thoughts too, I read the letter as well, and I don't see the downtown district or any group down there managing this program. This feels like something that should be managed by the city, similar to a business license if we go
I
that
agree
route.
with you on that.
Yeah, and I do have concerns about our earlier discussion about, having a whole area that you just can't busk in because as it's been noted by others, you can't do it on the beach, you can't do it in the downtown core. I think that does kind of go too far now that I've had more time to think about it and heard some feedback. I am more in favor of a permitting system. I'm just always concerned about adding more bureaucracy and more things for you guys to do, so that's my only concern. But I don't really see another option that works for everybody.
I think if you have to have a garage sale permit, it only makes sense that you have to have a permit for this kind of a thing too. What's the difference? You're making money.
You're right.
I think the permitting, we can probably easily handle. The more I've thought about it, there's probably some ways we can incorporate it into maybe the systems we already have.
And it's not like you have to get one every single day.
Right. We'd probably do one for each calendar year or something like that.
Or even for a quarter.
But I think a crucial point is, do we want to designate areas or allow them to regulate themselves, or give them guidelines they can work within, or do we want to say, here are the 5 places you can do it? I think things like that. I think at the end of the day, that's been the biggest issue, is the kind of
I think,
where.
like Cheetah was saying, if we can take some of the gazebo, I don't know what to call them,
Yeah.
remove the seats.
I wouldn't remove them.
From a couple of them, or anybody who needs space for whatever it is they're doing. We have a bunch of them already sitting behind Public Works. So we could put them there, so we're not getting rid of them, we're not,
Why couldn't we
but then
design
we have-
a pilot program for the summer, for the,
But that creates the space.
Yeah.
So that we have multiple spaces for people to do busking in. We can put something on one of the posts for putting up the sign for, this is who I am, my permit, this is the complaint or
I
sign
would ask
up
those
thing.
businesses right where those places are, whether or not they want that happening right in front of the business, because what you're doing is you're taking the attention of the people walking down the street away from the business that happens to be in that location.
well, you have to look at where those are. One of them is right by a parking lot, down across on the other side of the river.
One is in front of a
One is in
hotel,
front of
so you
Pig and
wouldn't put it
Pancake.
there all the time.
It's not necessarily blocking, you don't have to pick the ones that might block. But
So we can,
I would-
before we have the next discussion, we could probably go put it on a map, take some pictures, and probably encourage all of you to go and take a look. And I'd say this is one idea. If this is the exclusive one you want to follow, we can. There are others, we can do some more research and bring back that information. But are there other ideas we should be as staff looking at?
I'd hesitate.
You got it, Chris.
Yeah, I see Chris. I'd hesitate designating too many of the gazebos because those are used by visitors. It's a great place to walk and just sit down, take a load off your feet while you're out shopping.
People
or
really use those
somebody.
big blocks.
Excuse me, yeah. So, like I said, I really hesitate to designate those. We are set up such that, it might be possible to be next to one of the planted areas and not be blocking traffic on the sidewalks. I have to think about that, or actually walk
walk
it with that
around
in
it.
mind. Part of the problem is our sidewalks are already so narrow.
They are.
We just don't have a lot of space like bigger cities,
The only wide sidewalks we have are on the bridge.
besides the problem.
I'm gonna suggest this and put up my defense shield. What if we blocked off a couple of parking places?
Yeah.
Um,
Then you're,
I knew it.
okay, Chris.
I just want to second the gazebo thing that you said, Steve. I feel very strongly having somebody that needs a spot to rest every once in a while, and people that, you know, kind of feel like I've heard that we've lost bench space downtown. And I would hate to lose any more. So that's one. And my other thought is, I know part of the concern is blocking businesses or having, you know, too much going on in front of a business that distracts from people coming in as well. So this might be a great place for SDDA to weigh in. Like, I like the idea of a map and kind of pick some locations, but I would like the businesses' opinions about where a good spot would be as well, or good spots would be.
I think there's a lot of good spots that are just off Broadway.
I think by moving
So,
them off Broadway, you're functionally removing
what
them.
what I'm saying is just off Broadway, for example, along the wall of Sisu Brewing, just off of the corner right there. Or the next street down, I don't know if it is at Downing or whatever, where the bar is, across the street, there's no business there that you're blocking. So you move them 10 feet from Broadway, and maybe you have a place that's not blocking the sidewalk, it's still very visible.
And I think that Chris's idea is really good. Let's have SDDA make some suggestions, because they can reach out to the businesses and that kind of thing. I think that's a good
So are we
idea.
officially separating out soliciting from busking? Is that what we're doing here?
Yes.
Because I've, spoke with the Worldmark folks and they have concerns they're being kind of lumped into this. So are we maybe
I
dealing
think
with
we
that
need
as
I've
a
always
separate issue?
separated.
I think we need to identify the plan for both.
Okay.
Right.
But they're separate
But we
issues.
could, but I see them totally as separate issues. I always have.
I just don't know if the law.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. And
What you say
remembering
is, it
that they
doesn't
are
matter.
actually owners of businesses that are on the Prom and Broadway. So, they're kind of a different category. Oh, I see Carrie did come on.
There she is.
I didn't want to pull you in if you didn't want to, Carrie.
Just
We
before
only have about 2 minutes.
Before we get to Carrie, I just would say that we can actually probably find a solution to the busking if we separate it out and focus on just that. If we lump everything together, we're just gonna keep going in circles here.
You're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
So Carrie, would you do a get together with your businesses and see whether or not you think there are spaces where it would be acceptable?
Yeah, we've done this once. Well, it took a while, but we came up with Quatat Park, which is 26 feet off of Broadway and has visibility from the Broadway Bridge, the backside of the Gilbert Convention Center and everything. But I'll take it to them again.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
So,
Thank you.
still ongoing, we're still, are we still waiting for a little more legal definition?
Yeah, although the answer I'm waiting for
That had to
is.
do with
is
something that we may not do.
The A to First, River to Prom, the question is, that was the council's direction, is that doable? And the reason is, we have to give reasonable time, place, and manner. And the question is that reasonable, or have we pretty much banned it? And they've worked on several other opinions for us on other things. I haven't got that one back, so I can also pull them off of that, or some of this.
I would pull them off of it, because I think we're going in a different direction.
If that's the case, I can probably also start hedging bets a little bit on where I think we will need legal opinion. And some of that, I think, will be, let's clarify each of these different issues from our attorney standpoint. Where are there some similarities, and where can we make distinguish each of the types of, they're all, in my mind, they're all different types of solicitations. Is there a way to distinguish them within the law to have different rules and enforcement mechanisms?
My legal opinion is if we follow through with our previous suggestion, it's a de facto ban. So I
think that was the intent
it's
last
really,
time.
yeah, I don't really see that as a reasonable approach given the feedback we've gotten.
So it sounds like probably looking at leaning towards more of a licensing and possibly identifying certain areas, or at least possibly, I think the other common thing is you give the conditions, they find the spots. Can't be within 10 feet of an entrance, of a business. You have to maintain 4 feet width of sidewalk. There's some things like that, and they figured out.
I think we're gonna be a lot better. We
Just say, here are
we
the
mark the
spots.
spot with the
I
blue
agree.
paint, and this is number 1, and that's number 2, and then there's no question, you are only allowed on these 6 places, and here's your sign-up sheet, and when your hour's over,
Well,
I
we'll
think
see
we're better off that way.
what we come up with.
I think the other issue, and as I've been thinking about, the request from WorldMark, is in my mind, we need to treat all the businesses the same, and that is, what do we want to allow them to do on public property that's on their frontage? So I think what we would say to Tsunami Sandwich, what do we allow Tsunami Sandwich to do on the Broadway sidewalk? Be the similar as what we allow Walmart to do on the prom. They're all public walking spaces. In my mind, that's the way to look at that, is what would you allow for one, you allow for all, what you don't allow for one, you don't allow for all. So we're not singling out any particular business.
Okay,
Right.
time's up.
so.
Adjourned. Call the Seaside City Council meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ready, Kim? Please call the roll.
Thank you. Counselor Hoffman?
Here. Sorry. Here.
Counselor Binnicker?
Here.
Council President Morrissey?
Here.
Mayor Ray?
Here?
Counselor McVeigh?
Here.
Counselor Montero?
Present.
Counselor Pazowski?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion for approval of our agenda tonight.
So moved.
Second.
Council President Morrissey and Councilor Montero. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have two proclamations tonight. We have Alexia Smith from the Harbor. Come on forward. She's going to give us an introduction.
Hi everyone, I'm Alexia Smith. I work with the Harbor as a co-director of services for their sexual violence prevention programs. So I'd just like to say, together we act and united we change. It's a phrase that holds an incredible amount of weight, especially during the month of April. This echoes more than just the current theme around Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This phrase should be remembered for all things. As a community, we have a moral obligation to lift up, protect, and support one another. We're all stronger together than we are apart, and more alike than we are different. Sexual assault does not discriminate on the grounds of gender, race, color, or creed. Perhaps some of our closest friends or family members have endured this terrible act and rise each morning as a survivor with strength and courage. Let us all stand together as a united front to help spread awareness, embody upstream approaches to prevention and education, and encourage those around us to act onto one another with kindness and love. Let us foster and nurture a culture of dignity and respect and remain a united front in the face of violence. Thank you.
I've asked Council President Morrissey to read my proclamation.
Whereas sexual assault affects Oregonians every day, whether as a victim or a survivor or as a family member, friend, partner, neighbor, employer, or co-worker of a survivor. And whereas Oregonians of all gender identities experience sexual violence, including an estimated 1 in 4 adult women who has been the victim of rape and nearly 1 in 5 men who has experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. And whereas 1 in 10 Clatsop County middle and high school students report inappropriate sexual contact by an adult before the age of 18. And whereas certain populations in Oregon experience much higher rates of sexual violence due to systematic oppression and inequity, and whereas out of 1,000 sexual assaults, only 25 perpetrators will face any legal repercussions for the assaults. And whereas sexual violence is preventable and all communities are strengthened by encouraging healthy, nonviolent interactions, relationships, and social norms. And whereas every community in Oregon has a role to play to help eliminate sexual violence by working together to promote social change. Now, therefore, Steve Wright, the mayor of the City of Seaside, do hereby proclaim the month of April 25th as Sexual Assault Awareness Action Month in Clatsop County, and call upon all community members and local agencies to speak out against sexual violence, educate one another on sexual violence prevention, and support and believe survivors. In witness thereof, he has hereunto set his hand and caused the seal of the City of Seaside to be affixed on this 24th day of March 2025.
Thank you. Alexia? Thank you for coming and highlighting this important day or month. Our next proclamations regards to volunteers, and well, we're going to have a presentation a little bit later about this, but as you know, we're all volunteers. I mean, I visit 4th grade classes, and they're just surprised that we don't get paid for doing this. Councilor Pazowski and I talked about some kind of thing to honor volunteers, and I think tonight we're going to see something for that. So here's a proclamation.
Whereas the vision of the City of Seaside is to have our families thrive, our businesses prosper, and generations of visitors create memories that last lifetimes, which expresses how we want to live and work together. And whereas many residents of this community contribute to the well-being of people in Seaside by giving generously of their time, resources, and energy. And whereas many volunteers assist the City of Seaside in performing a multitude of duties, creating and sustaining valuable services, and making government by the people a reality. The members of the City Council, boards, commissions, committees, task forces, and volunteers with our fire and police departments are all community volunteers. And whereas Seaside volunteers faithfully show up to help time after time, year after year, often working with our many service organizations to take care of neighbors and community wherever there is a need. And whereas the City of Seaside values every one of our many Seaside volunteers and wishes to extend our deepest appreciation to all. Now therefore, Steve Wright, Mayor of the City of Seaside, does hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 as Volunteer Recognition Month, and asks all the people of Seaside to express their thanks and join in with the many volunteers who continue to help and serve in our community. In witness thereof, he has set his hand, caused the seal of the City of Seaside, Oregon, to be affixed to the document the 24th day of March 2025.
Thank you, Counselor. Next item on the agenda, I actually got a text, and I should have realized this before. This is spring break, so there is no high school update tonight. Alexander did text me. He said he'll be back at our next meeting. The basketball season is over. For public comments, members of the public may use this time to provide comments to the City Council on items that are not scheduled on this agenda for a public hearing or public comment. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. I have a Mr. Scott Dorsch wants to talk about street performing. Is he still here? Evidently not. Okay. Does any counselor wish to declare a potential conflict of interest or anything on the agenda? Hearing none, I have a motion for the approval of the consent agenda.
I would move that we would approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
I think I heard Seamus there. Okay. Council President Morrissey, Councilor McVeigh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Tonight's meeting is a lot of great presentations. First up is our Seaside Police Department for their annual report. Chief Ham, it's all yours.
Is this on? Yeah, sounds like it. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thanks for having us tonight.
We get all three of you tonight. Huh?
Yeah, I
Wow.
brought my smart guys with me. So they try to make me look good. Hopefully it works every now and then. But yeah, I've got Mitch Brown, our communications manager. A few of you may have not met him before, but most of you have. And then Lieutenant Guy Knight's with me as well. Appreciate them coming. So this is for the 2024 annual report in our patrol. We have quite a few mental health homeless contacts, as you have heard in the past. Total this year for total kind of calls for service, case files, log entries type of stuff, 9,368, 25% about of those calls were dealing with either a homeless or mental health or kind of and or type of contact, which obviously we've talked about in the past. That's just keeping us pretty busy with that. You know, there's limited resources obviously out there. You're very familiar with this program or problem, but just thought I would bring that up. Thought it was a pretty high number for really what we're dealing with. Traffic stops, we had 2877, down a little bit from 23. We're writing about, 418 citations out of those contacts. And one of the things that when you see, I think the decrease in contacts and traffic stops that we're dealing with, and then you see a rise in the traffic crashes, it's pretty much a telltale sign that we're needing to do a little bit more out there. Obviously, with the amount of calls that we're doing or what have you, it sometimes impacts that. But I do work with our staff and encourage them to get out there. Just like for spring break, my last little memo out to them when I sent that out Friday was, look, let's get out there, make a lot of contacts. Everybody seeing us out there is just by nature going to slow everybody else down and try and get a decrease in those dangerous driving and bad behaviors behind the wheel. So room for improvement there. Use of force stats. You guys are going to have all this. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go over all this. The one thing that I will say is, use of force is obviously a response to a force against us or somebody else, and so we had a decline this year. Usually we're averaging, I think, about 80 incidents of use of force in this particular year for 2024. If my eyesight's right, I don't know that it is. What's that number? 469. Thank you, Mitch. Is about probably average. Usually we're about 80 use of forces in a year. So we're down this year. So report that. Our time frames, I've been tracking that for the last several years. It kind of bounces sometimes a little bit more at night versus day, but it's pretty even here. Male to female, as you can see all that. I didn't get a chance to talk with Mitch about this. That discharged firearm, I believe, is a stat from last year. I went back through my charts. There were my notes for this year. Last year's was at a dog that was attacking an officer. So, but anyway, that one can be removed when you're looking at that. Again, 60% of alcohol, drugs are involved and whatnot. We're dealing with a lot of the mental health in these cases. The wrap that you see there is a very good restraint system that if we're wrestling somebody, we can wrap them up, and that helps a lot. We actually bought another one after we got our first one because it was really effective for us. So anyway, if you have any questions when you go through those numbers, let me know. Crime stats, generally speaking, are down from last year. The numbers there are the new, well, probably not new to everybody else, but the last few years we've been going from that OUCR scoring to NIBRs and whatnot, and so these are easily found online for you to take a look at. But as I was going in the comparisons there, we are seeing a decrease in the amount of assaults and thefts, and everything really was going down. So,
Chief, of those assaults, what percentage would you say are domestic violence related?
Oh, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I would guess probably 15 to 20% maybe. Is that about right? Would you throw that number out there?
You don't keep separate stats for that?
We could pull it up and do that, but for this NIBRs report, it's just all inclusive of assault.
Okay.
Yep. The next slide, basically, if you wanted to see those kinds of charts for years past even, it'd be there. So basically a link for you to check anytime if you're curious. Our dispatch center, stats for them have been about a little bit down from one year to the other. We had, if you can imagine, a couple of spikes there during the COVID years or whatnot. So when you look at that 5-year numbers or what have you, they have gone down really from those couple of years, I think. But overall, about a 7% in non-emergency calls and up to 11% really overall. How many 911 calls and non-emergency calls. They're taking a lot of phone calls in there, so. Fire calls, again for Seaside, it's up 1% from last year. Overall, 24% going over the 5-year area there, as you can see with Gearhart, Cannon Beach, Hamlet that we're dealing with. But overall calls and the growth, it looks like we're at about 30%, 32% that we've been increasing. So fire services are keeping our dispatch center pretty busy with medical calls, fire calls, crashes, all those kinds of things are coming into that. Police calls, Seaside, yep, we're pretty stagnant as far as that goes. We're pretty even keeled across the board for there. So we, Gearhart down a little bit and Cannon Beach up. overall 3%. Add those traffic stops that we're doing, again, there's your numbers for that, but 1% pretty much. So we're, in the police side, it seems like it's been pretty flatlined, if I'm reading numbers correctly. Dispatch updates, as far as this goes, this is a picture of our new remodel there. Obviously, it was mainly done, it actually just kind of finished up at the first part of 24. It was a big 23 project. But these new desks, the new computer stations there, we created 4 workstations, which one's always used, two's used quite a bit. The third station is used during some of our major event weekends, and got an extra one there if we ever get this admin records person position filled, that'll be their workstation. So we're ready to go for that person to get on. But it's looking nice in there. It's a nice, good professional environment for all of them to be able to work. I wanted to add this slide. Being March, I know we did a recognition of Women's Month and whatnot, and so I thought I'd just throw this up and show you that we do have 2 in patrol. Actually, Shauna's our sergeant detective there. And then Bethany Workman's working the road, and the other 4 are in our dispatch centers, and they are all starting to get a little bit of tenure with us, and we're lucky to have them, and they're great to work with. So this department photo that's in here is actually a couple of years old, and so there's a few faces that have left us, and probably a few more that we've picked up. We've just recently got a new photo taken in January, but I haven't got my hands on that one yet, so I didn't update it. But anyway, there's your smiling faces for the Seaside Police Department, our dispatchers up front there. Last slide was reserved for Sergeant Jason Gooding, and we miss him a lot over there. So anyway, that was what I've got for you. You can hit me with any questions if you want, and or save them for later as you go through some of these numbers.
Counselors? What percentage of your total calls, just dead reckoning, are focused on local residents as opposed to tourists that come?
A high percentage is going to be our locals. We have our own issues with the city, our size, and everything that we're dealing with. It was kind of interesting that you kind of brought that up. I was just kind of looking at stats over the weekend with spring break starting. It was, I don't want to use any weird words that are going to jinx me for the rest of the week, but it was, not a lot of calls, but as I was going through them, it seemed like most of it is local stuff. So, but throughout the year, unless somebody wants to argue with me, but they might not, but it's a lot of our own locals that we're dealing with, and a lot of those locals we're dealing with regularly. So a couple other things I guess I did want to kind of talk a little bit about, give you updates on personnel hiring. We just offered our last patrol position offer to actually one of our reserve officers, and so we're hoping to get that process started and going rapidly. I've got Officer Moore that just went solo here in the last few weeks, and Officer Ponick, who's in the academy, graduated in mid-April and then come back and get into our FTEP program. We did offer a job for dispatch. We have 2 positions that are needing to be filled there. We're excited about this applicant, and again, we're still trying to get this admin records position on. Some of the stuff I've talked about in the past with Lexipol, our policies, I've got about 5 or 6, 10 left to really vet, put into place, and then the next process will basically be kind of cleaning up. Some of that stuff is just shotgunned out by there, and we'll clean a few things up that we can either get rid of or work on for SOPs, get some new forms put into that. CAD RMS, which is our computer-aided dispatch and records management system. This was a budget approved issue last year. We are in the heat of it. When I say we, Mitch is, and dealing with the whole board throughout the county, law enforcement. That training for all our staff is getting, I don't know if it's been scheduled yet, but we're, I think, thinking fall. Yeah, and so that'll be a big training piece for all of us to learn this new computer system and upgrade our reserve program. Speaking of volunteers, we've got 3, probably losing 1 to a full-time position. That's Jeremy Rust and Andrew Balcom and Jason Crushauer are all our reserve police officers. And then we have Ken Butterfield, who works usually at least one day a week, if not more, coming in and helping. Again, our Citizens Academy graduate from one of the first years, if not the first year, and he hasn't left yet. So we're really happy to have him still with us. Been working on an evidence audit inventory of our evidence room. This started just before I'll bring up our CIS best practice, but it's a long drawn out process. We have a lot of property in there and we're needing to get rid of quite a bit of it. Some of it is we're needing a disposition from the district attorney's office. And so we're kind of at the mercy of when we send them a request or think we can get rid of something, but we just can't because it had been forwarded to their office for review. And so we just don't purge unless we get an okay from them. The CIS best practice, if you hadn't seen that report that came through, basically it felt like it was a really good positive review for our department. Very little low claims that were going in and very few, having to pay out. They scored us, I believe, with a 88% or 88 out of 100, and he said if you can get into the 90s, you're doing very well. So the report was really positive about us, and then we've got some kind of suggested, hey, here's some room for improvement on some low-hanging fruit that we're knocking out. Just one of the things was after that remodel, we had never gotten this placards back up for escape routes or whatever for fire escape, and so as soon as that came out, Paul Knock assigned that and took care of it within a few hours. I think we were done with that one. So we're working on that. Our wellness program, physical fitness program, we knocked out our jail and have turned that into a gymnasium, picked up some used equipment. And we've got quite a few more people that are in there working out pretty regularly, some fire department personnel. And I was just reminded today that at least one or maybe a couple of public works people have even been over. We've pretty much opened it up citywide for people to come over and use that as employees, but anyway, we're happy to have that. Clatsop Works internship, as you guys are talking about downtown patrol this summer. This may be a little bit of a help for that. I've got 3 that I'm going to be planning on hiring through the Clatsop Work internship program. Some of that time will be spent with dispatch patrol, but their primary focus is going to be downtown visibility. Parking enforcement, of course, will be part of that. With that being said, I don't know who I'm going to be getting yet. Obviously, I'm going to probably be getting some, seniors in high school or just out of high school. So they're going to be fairly young, and I'm not sure how much of a, ambassador role they're going to really be able to, fill that gap in. But that'll be part of the chit chat orientation and training for them is to be officer or parking enforcement smiley. And I think that's about it. So, thank you.
So I do have a question for you. How is the relatively new deflection program working for you all?
It's going okay. I'm going to defer and punt to Guy. He's
Other
actually.
faces.
Pardon me?
You guys in
It's
charge
actually
of
going well. We meet twice a week. Thank you. I believe we have 24 clients that have entered. We just had another graduation today. I think we've graduated 3. It's actually been going very well. The sheriff's office and Seaside have been the biggest participants in referring people to it. We also opened up more pathways. At first, it was very limited on who could actually be sent to it. Seeing that there was a need, we actually opened it up to a lot more people that could join the deflection. So it's been very successful so far. We're still learning as we go, but I will tell you Clatsop County is at the forefront of the work being done, and we're referred to a lot as far as how we're navigating it. So,
Great.
So, yeah.
There was an excellent article in the Astorian just recently about that.
Yeah.
Sounded good.
We were talking about how nice it is for all the stakeholders in different departments to work together. Some counties really close to us cannot work together, and it makes it dysfunctional. So we're very fortunate with the group we have from all walks of life working this program to make it work.
And you have a great reputation statewide too, because we hear about Clatsop County when we go visit other places. Chris, did you have something?
Well, I did. It was a little ways back, but I'll go back to it. Chief, I think I saw some positive, I don't know if we can call it a trend yet, but I think you mentioned decrease, like in crime in particular, in some of those stats. Anything that you know yet of what you can attribute that to?
Excellent police work.
I figured.
COVID going away, people going back to normal.
Yeah, no, I to be quite blunt with you, no, I don't know that there's, a whole lot we were doing anything different. Again, we've been down personnel, and so that's always a concern that we're just not getting out enough or anything like that, and having an extra detective to work on solving some of those reported crimes or what have you. But no, I think it was just a little bit of a trend. I just happened to be looking at a news article from big cities as well that seemed like they were seeing a decline on the East Coast. That's a little bit different situation with their targeted enforcement in certain areas and whatnot, but they seem to be pretty pleased with theirs. I haven't really looked at all the national stats to see if that was just something that happened this year or for 2024 or not, but thank you.
Well, the mayor mentioned COVID, maybe tongue in cheek, but if you look at the
it's not
stats,
tongue in cheek.
yeah, it really went up big time.
They got called for everything during that time.
It's just unbelievable.
As far as the reserve program, how critical is that to your overall operation at the department?
It helps augment, over the years we've there's been period of times where we haven't really had any. We've had this group of 3 for, several years. And a couple of them are, they've got their full-time jobs. They're not really wanting to go full-time, let's say. And so they come in and help out. They're minimum of 20 hours a week is what we request of them, but during the big events and all that. So they really help out in that side of things. I guess if the question is if we didn't have any, would we be surviving and would you see a change? Probably not. But they do come out and ride. They help we help them get some training and all that kind of stuff, but the officers having another person with them riding, extra safety for them, having another set of eyes out there or what have you. But again, there's several of the big weekend events or what have you that we do use them quite a bit, and whether it's bike patrol, walking downtown, beach patrols and whatnot. So
The reason I asked is, has there ever been any consideration on paying them even just a small amount to try to encourage more reserves to come in?
Yeah, we haven't hit that real hard in the past. What we have done, I think, I'm not sure how many years we've been doing it now, but when we request them in for big event weekends, we're compensating them for that. And so the 12 or 20 hours, let's say that they're coming in and riding along, some of them ride more. One specifically rides a lot more. And those are usually just, not paid hours. But that could be something that we could consider, I'm sure. City manager would love to give me even more money to
looking over there.
A heck of a guy.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm pleased to give an opportunity to Christy Waits, who's been working on this volunteer program for a while, and allowing her to have the opportunity to tell us about it.
Thank you.
Might just tell everybody who you are, first of all.
Yes. First of all, thank you for having me. I appreciate the invitation. I started, my name's Christy Waits, and I have sort of been involved in a couple things here, a couple different organizations, but this one in particular is a passion project. I moved to the coast about a year and a half ago, my husband and I did, and the minute I arrived, I wanted to start volunteering anywhere and everywhere. So I volunteered at the Crab Fest, for example, up in Astoria. I volunteered down at the Cottage Tour down in Cannon Beach, and of course I volunteered for events here. And the common denominator is that there was never enough volunteers. No matter what type of if it was an event, if it was a government committee or a commission, if it was a program. And so I thought, what are the solutions? If this is a common problem that's affecting everyone, what are the solutions? And I thought, as much as people want to volunteer, I believe that they need to be incentivized. And that's really where this whole concept comes from. So again, this is a problem that I think we all have seen. It's on the decline. Oh, super. Thank you. Volunteerism is on the decline throughout the county, but honestly, it's throughout the nation. It's everywhere. It's an issue that's really affecting a lot of very important organizations, and without volunteers, frankly, they will not be able to exist. They won't be able to continue doing the great work that they do for their operational support. So that's the problem. The solution, again, this is just a concept that I came up with, trying to solve something, but is to develop an organization that tracks, highlights, rewards, and celebrates volunteerism on the North Coast. So it's really trying to create a whole volunteer community. But again, the rewards piece is where I'm really going to focus on this. The goals of Waves and Woods Volunteer Network, the first is to increase volunteer tracking. I know that there are some organizations that do a very good job of tracking, but there are many others that don't. And so really, I think one of the first goals is to understand how many volunteers are out there, how many hours are they contributing, and how can we sort of collectively get an idea of what those numbers are. The second big goal is to centralize volunteer signups. Again, anytime you can kind of centralize, you can get a system behind it. That's a big goal of this. The third is to create a volunteer community, and that in particular, and I know that there have been other initiatives that have tried to do this, but it's really recognizing that I think sometimes volunteerism sort of gets siloed. So you think about the folks who volunteer for government organizations or those that volunteer for environmental causes, but so they sort of get siloed into these different categories and groups. But the truth is, you're all volunteers. We're all volunteers in all these different ways. And so the third goal that I really thought that I wanted to try to create was to create a whole volunteer community throughout Clatsop County. Number 4 is to enhance volunteer recognition. I know that there are a lot of ways that we do recognize volunteers, but I think that, again, looking at the trends, looking at the data, it's not helping volunteers, or it's not helping the organizations get more volunteers to help them. And so I thought really enhancing the recognition program. And the 5th goal was really to diversify volunteer rewards. And that's what I'm going to focus on here with the presentation. With that in mind, again, this is the overall concept, is that you give time and you get rewards. And I know a lot of people don't like to think about volunteerism requiring incentives and requiring, carrots at the end. We want to believe that everyone has the time to be able to give, but the truth is we know it's just not where we're at as a culture. We're very overextended in our time and our resources, and so we need to try to create different ways to look at volunteerism and really trying to get them involved. So these are the rewards, and again, we're going to go into this. This is ultimately I've developed an app, but the rewards that I'm thinking about within this app, and you'll see this in a second, you can actually earn digital badges, which I know sounds sort of, how like motivational is that? But the truth is, it can be very motivational in that sense, like a fitness app. Maybe not everyone is motivated by this, but a lot of people have fitness apps. I know I use Strava, and you go on there and it tells you what your daily steps are. You compete challenges, you can look at it, you can see what level you're on. And so again, trying to understand, how do we increase volunteerism? Now, this may not be directed toward, traditional volunteers from a different demographic, from a different age demographic, frankly, but we're trying to attract younger folks to volunteer. And I think that some of these suggestions or solutions the goal is that it hopefully will increase that. So 1, a reward would be a digital badge on the app. 2, I'm going to start having weekly drawings. So if you do volunteer hours, you track them in this app, randomly select names based on how many hours, and then a weekly drawing, a $10 gift certificate to a local coffee shop. Another reward would be a monthly drawing, same concept. Basically, anyone who completed volunteer hours for the month would be put into a pool who would be randomly selected for a $50 drawing for a restaurant. And again, as you'll see at the end of this, a big concept is not just to create a volunteer community, but to really involve the organizations, the volunteers, but also businesses, local businesses that might be able to help out as well. And so I think that having gift certificates to local businesses is another way to sort of collectively bring all of us together. And then annual prizes. So those are the rewards. Tracking. And I will warn you up front, if you have a cell phone, if you want to play at home, we're going to have a QR code here coming up. But this is what I developed here. There's plenty of volunteer apps out there for sure, but the piece that they were all missing was sort of this incentivizing, tracking hours, giving them something to work toward. So the app, it's called Waves and Woods. Again, you can see just a screenshot here. I'll go into each section. for those of you who want to, this is a QR code if you want to sign up. Basically, I'm going to walk you through it. It takes personal emails, so if you have a Yahoo, Google, Gmail, anything like that, it won't take a business email. But again, so here, we're going to get you started. So I just want to walk you through it quickly so that people don't get intimidated. It's a fairly simple process. We actually have some users, some in the audience who use it. Level 4, there's a level 4 person back there. So you just enter your email and you click continue. You're going to get an access pin. Then that's going to come to your email. You're going to enter it into the app. You're going to complete this profile section. Again, it's going to ask you about 10 different questions. Very simple, not too much information, but enough so that as we're collecting and we're wanting to report on volunteers in the county, we'll be able to report on age, we'll be able to report on gender, on zip codes, kind of what does it look like? What's the profile of volunteers in Clatsop County? So here's the dashboard. If you look at the bottom, you'll see that there are 4 main icons. The first one that you're going to see is the dashboard. This shows you sort of the levels. This Jane Smith, she's at level 3. You can see that she's 9% of the way through with that, but that's where there's actually 10 different levels. We have different waves, different colored waves. So as you move up, you get a different color. It's always a fun little treat. This also gives you a total hours. So it's really a dashboard of what you've done as a volunteer. You can quickly go in there. You can see how many different categories of volunteer you've done, boards and commissions. Was it an event? Was it a program? The different locations, for example, like I said, I've volunteered all the way, throughout Clatsop County. How many volunteer in Astoria versus Seaside versus Cannon Beach? And so and then last is all the different organizations. The second icon at the bottom, this will tell you the hours. So this is, if you can see the screenshot on the left, that's actually someone's hours that they've entered into the app. And you can see they've done a couple hours at the Seaside Museum, a couple with the Chamber, and then some with the city. And then you can drill down. That's what the second icon, it shows you drill down. You can see they've completed 2 hours with the Planning Commission doing meeting prep. So, and then the furthest is that's where you would actually enter your own hours. So the third icon over on the bottom are the opportunities, and these are the volunteer opportunities available in the area. All of this data, I should mention, is I've collected it from public websites. I basically have gone to each and every one of these organizations. I've found their volunteer opportunities. I've imported it into this app, and this is what you're seeing here. So as you can see here, this is the Airport Advisory Committee that's been mentioned many times, needing volunteers. So I thought I would add this. And this is what it would look like. You would go into the app, you would see that the Airport Advisory Committee, you'd have a short description, and then if you see those 2 icons at the bottom, it says Learn More. It would take you to the page that talks about the Airport Advisory Committee, and then the sign-up actually takes you directly to the page that has all the boards and the information to sign up. The final icon are organizations. So there's a couple different ways that you can actually access the information. There's a search function, but on the organizations you can type in, for example, you could search for Seaside, and that's what you're looking at, a list of Seaside. So you have the Rotary Club, Chamber, Downtown Development Association. And then again, you can click in and drill down and find more information. So that's really, I'm just kind of showing you the different pieces and how you can locate what those volunteer opportunities are. So ultimately, there's always, what is your ask? What do you want? What do you need? The number one thing is, is to sign up for the newsletter. We want to get the information out there. The newsletter will include who are the weekly winners, who are the monthly winners, but it's also going to include what are the volunteer opportunities in the area right now. It'll break it out, because I think a big part of this too is we need to understand, I feel like historically volunteerism was a very, I don't want to say a generic concept, but it was about giving back. And it did. Now we're actually looking at what skills do I have or what do I want to go learn? It needs to be more specific. And so I really want to start looking at volunteer opportunities, not just saying here, this organization has an opportunity, but what are you going to be doing? Are you going to be building sets for a theater? Are you going to be, working on a commission, and really understanding the skills and the interests that are going to attract people to these different different opportunities. So the first thing is a newsletter. Sign up for the newsletter. You'll be in the know. Again, social media, there are, both on Facebook and Instagram, there are accounts, just to try to, it's the same, trying to get information out there so that you can stay on top of what opportunities are there. But these are the big asks. First, volunteers, is to actually sign up for this, to start using this app. That's where we're gonna actually get some traction. So the first thing is to sign up, start tracking your hours. Like I said, we actually have some city folks who've been tracking from the Planning Commission, from a couple others, and start there. The organizations, this is what I'm asking, is to start sharing your volunteer opportunities with Waves and Woods. My suggestion too is, if you have an organization, start putting on your website very specific descriptions of what those opportunities are, not just contact us if you want to volunteer. I really believe that we need to start sort of attracting folks dependent on what those skills are. You looking for them to enter data? Are you looking for them to answer phones? Something very specific. So that's what we're asking from the organizations. And then the last is from businesses to donate prizes. At this point, all of the time that's been put into this and the resources, the money, it's been me volunteering essentially to create a volunteer network. So that's sort of what the final ask is on businesses. And that's the contact information. Any questions?
I can see another value to this for businesses and for nonprofits. And that is when nonprofits are going out for grants, going out looking for money, one thing that's very important is to be able to say how many volunteers they have, how many volunteer hours have been put in, and you can always figure out the worth of those hours. And having something like this, where if the nonprofit is a member, this is a good piece of information that then they don't have to have their volunteers actually fill out a form every single time you come in. And it can be tracked in another way. And it's also validated.
Correct, yeah. And there are ways to add. We could add signatures in there. There are certain additional functions and features that we could add in there. But that is the concept too, is to help, especially some of the smaller organizations that would like and need to track hours better, but they just don't have a really concise and good system at this point. But that is one of the goals. Right. Thank you so much.
You could add city council to there. So.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, next up is the Assistance League of Columbia Pacific, and you must be Judith.
I am.
You presented at the chamber about a month ago.
I did.
And here we go.
I'm not going to make you listen to exactly the same today. I have it changed up just a little bit. I just have a few things to put out. Okay? Okay. Good evening. Mayor Wright, President Morrissey, City Councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to share how the Assistance League of Columbia Pacific positively impacts our community. And thanks to Kimberly Jordan for setting up the slide presentation for me. I'm Judith Huck. I am the Public Relations Chair on the board for the Assistance League. And I'd like to share the work that we do in Seaside specifically, but we also work in all the school districts throughout Clatsop County and now Pacific County. Our hope is that spreading the awareness of what we do can inspire more people to volunteer, because damn it, we need more volunteers.
You better get involved.
I know, that was perfect timing. And your, was it the proclamation? Right? Is that the right term? Mm-hmm. Yep, about the volunteers month for April. I'm going to be working on that. That is wonderful. So we're hoping that by spreading awareness of what we do, that we can inspire more volunteers and donors, enabling us to help even more students in need. So who is the Assistance League of Columbia Pacific? Other one.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, who are we? Here we go. We're a chapter of the National Assistance League, which has over 22,000 members and 120 chapters across the 26 states. When I moved to Astoria about 5 years ago, I had never heard of Assistance League before, so it was a whole new experience for me to get involved. But I had retired in 2018, and I was looking for a way to give back. And Assistance League helping local kids was just the perfect fit. I love what we do. So our chapter was created about 17 years ago. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization powered entirely by volunteers. We have about 100 members. About half are active volunteers. About half just like to support what we're doing and say, yeah, go volunteer, go do the work. But we love them too. We're committed to transforming lives and strengthening our local communities in Clatsop and Pacific counties. So what do we do? Our members work to make a lasting difference in children's lives. We collaborate with public schools in Astoria, Napa, Jewel, Warrenton, Seaside, Naselle, and we just took on Ocean Beach to run several impactful programs. Operation School Bell is our flagship program. We serve kindergarten through high school students, providing them with new clothes twice a year. For kindergarten through sixth graders, we actually sit with each child individually and help them pick out a wardrobe based on their preferences and sizes. And this is an example of what one child would take home. For middle and high school students, we have partnered with Fred Meyer's, and our volunteers go to Fred Meyer's and one-on-one with each of a middle school or high school student, walk through Fred Meyer's with them. The students each get $250 to spend. They get all the sale prices. Wow. Fred Meyer's has been fabulous in working with us, and they can get a lot for $250. So they get to pick out what they want. It just needs to be school appropriate. During the 23-24 school year with the Seaside School District, we clothed 59 high school students, 56 middle school students, and 134 elementary school students. And we funded the emergency closets in each of the schools. Our duffel bag program, when a child enters foster care, they often don't get to take anything with them. Our duffel bags contain essential things like clothing, hygiene items, and comfort items. For teens, we include items tailored to their needs. These bags provide dignity during a difficult time, and we give them to DHS ahead of time and the harbor ahead of time, and then when they have a child come in that needs something, they have them there handy. School activity support. This is a fund that we keep for when the kids are in school and the families don't have the funds to help them pay for sports or music or theater or other activities that there's costs and fees involved, which there are a lot anymore. Recently, with Seaside students, we've helped with a wind turbine building project. We've given funds for the state choir competition hotel fees and hotel and other fees. We provided work clothes for a welding program student. We paid for art club fees for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And we paid for a high life adventure park outing for 6th graders to build self-esteem and teamwork. Cinderella's Closet, we have about 700 prom dresses for high school students to borrow so that they can participate in special events without financial stress. Operation Scholarship, we award 2 scholarships to each high school for graduates pursuing trade school or college. And this year, we've increased it to $1,500 per student. And I'm hoping that we can increase that more. I think that that would be a good place for us to spend some funds, personally. Outreach. Our outreach program is an emergency fund that addresses needs that fall outside of our established programs, offering flexibility to meet urgent community needs. We had a family that was living in a motorhome at Fort Stevens, and they had just run out of money to pay for their spot in the park. And so we helped them out with that and some other things. But just things that come up that somebody's in a true emergency, we have that fund for them. So why does it matter? 17% of children in Clatsop County live below the poverty line. And I know this isn't news to you. I know that you know this, but 32% of families with children receive food stamps. Warrenton has the highest number of homeless youth in rural Oregon. So many families in our area face barriers that affect their children's ability to succeed in school. So, what am I doing? Are we effective? We surveyed 130 teachers and counselors and received responses to find out if what we were doing was working. And that was last year. We got a great response from them. For attendance, 60% reported improved attendance for the students that we helped. 64% noticed significant improvement in academic performance. 77% saw better classroom behavior. 95% saw increased student confidence. 79% reported higher engagement in the classroom. So we felt those are really significant numbers, that what we are doing is helping these families and helping these students. So how do we pay for what we do? Our annual budget is about $200,000. We have our Home and Chef Tour, which is our big fundraiser, which is coming up. I just happen to have a flyer here if anybody needs one. That's our signature fundraiser. I also have tickets. It's coming up on April 12th this year. It's in Surf Pines and Polo Ridge. Tickets are $40 if you buy them from me today. If you buy them online, there are fees that are charged by Eventbrite, which are nasty. So if anybody's interested. We also get donations from individuals and businesses, and we get grants from foundations, city programs, and more. So how can you help? There are many ways. You can become a community volunteer. We are just beginning a program where because we struggle to get members. We struggle to get members that have the time and to be able to put into all the different programs that we have. And we want to be able to do more. So we're coming up with a program, Community Volunteers, where somebody just tells us, yes, I'm interested in volunteering with you occasionally. I don't want to be a member. I don't want to attend your meetings. Just when you have a need, let me know, and I will, if I can, I will be there and help. So I think it's a great opportunity for us. So we're starting to do that. You can attend the Home and Chef Tour on April 12th. You can follow us on social media, our Facebook page, Instagram page. Like it, share it, help us spread the word about what we're doing. You can tell others what we're doing. Encourage friends and family and colleagues to participate with us, to go to the Home and Chef Tour, to become members, to be one of our community volunteers, to donate to us. So, thank you for your time and attention. I truly appreciate it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Counselors?
I covered everything you possibly could want to know about Assistance League. I'm very proud.
Thank you.
You know, I went to the tour last year. It was very enjoyable. It was here in Seaside, so I went to some places I hadn't been to in the 10 years I've lived here. So,
Well, you could go to Polo Ridge and
I guess.
Surf Pines with us this year.
And be sure to talk to Christy. She's got something that might help you get volunteers. Okay.
Great, I love what she's doing. You can buy tickets to the Home and Chef Tour online, or from any member. You can buy them at the Natural Nook in Gearhart and at Holly McCombs Jewelers in Astoria. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. All right, moving on to boards, committees, commissions, and committees. We still have that vacancy on the airport committee, as well as the one on the community center commission, and one on parks. We do have two term expirations on parks, Pam Beerley and Jim Kuhn, and they have said that they would like to renew for an additional 3 years. What's the council's pleasure?
I'd like to keep it open for a little while.
Okay. Anybody else?
I agree. We should give time to let people apply should they want to.
Okay. We don't have unfinished. New business. Discussion about Independence Day this year for 2025 fireworks. You want to lead us off, Spencer?
Mayor and council, as the city has a long tradition of partnering with the Chamber of Commerce for the fireworks show around Independence Day, and this year shaping out to be no different. However, the timing of this is always, I don't want to say problematic, but it causes a few concerns. We want to address that tonight. So we budget for this as a contribution of $25,000 to the chamber in the budget process, and then the celebration happens on the 4th of July, 4 days into our new budget year. And the issue is the commitment to do the fireworks happens, it needs to happen about 5 or 6 months prior to the show when they actually order that. And so for many years, we've been asking the chamber to go out kind of on a limb and sign for these and commit to the fireworks prior to knowing that the budget's been approved. And so we're in a position this year where the chamber wants to sign that contract. And so they are looking for some assurance that the city plans on continuing its financial support for the fireworks show. And my recommendation would be, knowing that this is something that could change in the future, is that the city somehow commit to at least giving them 6 months notice if the council chooses not to participate in the fireworks show. That way they're not committing to and signing to contracts for fireworks and then being stuck with a bill anticipating the city to participate. And so tonight they're looking for the city's commitment for this summer's fireworks, and I'm asking that we kind of give a commitment if we're going to choose to continue to do it, or if the council changes their minds at some point in the future, that we give them reasonable notice so they're not on the hook for those amounts. And so I know that there are various opinions on this within our community and within our council, and so that's why I thought it was better discussed here before they get too far down the road.
Does this money come out of TLT funds?
Yes.
Everybody's looking at me.
So we have representatives. We have representatives from the chamber here who are ready to talk about it. I know there's been interest in the past in drones. They have a little bit more information on that. I'm sure they'd be happy to discuss. Otherwise, it's a council discussion.
Yeah. Councilors, do you want to hear from the chamber?
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
Okay.
I'd like to hear.
Come on up, have a seat, introduce yourselves. Yourself.
Good evening. Interim director at the chamber at the moment.
And so as far as fireworks go, yes, our commitment, the contract was due at the end of February. They are being kind enough to have patience with us while we go through this process, but the chamber is having a harder time every year getting any donations and sponsorships for the fireworks to cover those costs. The $25,000 that the city gives us is essential for us moving forward. And we did explore after we were interested in the drone capabilities, and with the OFEA, the events committee, most of the events committee attended the OFEA conference, Oregon Festivals and Events, for those who don't know what that means. But we attended that, saw the drone show personally, and spoke with the drone company. And after a long discussion with them, as much fun as it would be to have that in Seaside, it isn't really feasible for quite a few reasons. We did see their 12-minute drone show that happened launching from Quatat Park. It was super cool. If you didn't get to see it, it was awesome. It was an awesome display. However, the weather was ideal. If the weather had not been ideal, they wouldn't have launched. They have to have a platform to launch from, not the sand. It would be roughly $500 per drone. They recommend a minimum of $300 for our beach. For those who do the quick napkin math, that's $150,000. Our current budget for fireworks is $35,000. So that's significant. They need the same safety zone that we do with fireworks, and they don't want to have a drone show in a place that their drones could be compromised by being shot at with mortars. Also not possible on our Seaside Beach right now. So for those reasons, we're continuing. The other thing that the drone company said, I don't know who their salesperson is, but they said themselves that when drones are substituted for fireworks, there's always displeasure. When it's in conjunction with fireworks, people love it. But if you choose that instead of fireworks, you're not going to have a happy crowd. So for all those reasons, we are looking forward to continuing as we have with the with the fireworks show. Just for kind of a perspective, the chamber's aspect of the fireworks show is about 18 minutes long, 18 minutes of the day. So that's what we are looking to fund for this year. And so I'm just looking for approval, kind of a anticipated approval for the budget for this year to cover that $25,000.
How many businesses are members of the chamber?
Sorry, say again?
How many businesses are members of the chamber?
Roughly 250.
Okay. And you said you're having trouble getting donations from your members?
It's not just members. We ask for it from the public. We ask for any donations and sponsorships. The sponsorships are mostly what we are asking our members for. But even that is decreasing. So, yeah.
Did they say why?
No.
Okay.
So after that drone show a month or so ago, I talked to the owners of the company that put it on as well, and was told that if the weather is sufficient for setting off fireworks, it was sufficient to use the drones. They also indicated that a hybrid model of incorporating, like you said, the fireworks with the drones would be an ideal way to start. Even indicating that there were models that could potentially set off fireworks from the drone itself. With that in mind, I'm not sure how that works in conjunction with they can't be in the same area as fireworks and mortars, which really, if it's going into the air, the public shouldn't be shooting it off in Seaside anyways. Are you able to kind of help me make sense of that?
Sure. Yeah, the drone company, what they said as far as the fireworks, they said that they're looking forward to the capabilities of launching like fountains from the drones, but that they don't have that capability yet. Okay. Because a lot of these drone shows are at 4th of July, they're having to purchase new drones, hundreds of drones for each show if they're going to do multiple shows at a time. That's why the cost is so high. And getting people out on the holiday, of course, is also challenging. The fact of the matter is, at $150,000, the chamber cannot support that.
When are you asking for the money to come from the city? Before July 1st? Before
No.
the beginning of our fiscal year?
No, we just need the assurance that $25,000 will come. We're happy to pay for it ahead of time, that the payment is due ahead. And because it's always we've always received that money afterwards. That's been the plan the whole time. What's different now is that every year we're waiting for city council's approval or disapproval, but we don't get that until June, which we have to sign the contract in February. So that would just be us rolling the dice, hoping that city council would approve that budget, but we would be on the hook if you didn't. We'd have $25,000 of member money that we would have been spending.
And thinking about the past, because I was a chamber president at one time, and at that time, the chamber, the fireworks was at least $50,000, and the chamber was funding at least half of it, and sometimes more. And so at this point, what I'm seeing is the chamber is not assured of getting even $10,000, because you're saying it's going to be 35, and you're asking for 25,000. So it's becoming more and more the cost to the city for this, as opposed to the chamber, which is where it started to begin with. It was a chamber event from the very beginning. What if you don't make your $10,000?
I mean, so it's more than $10,000. $10,000 is for the fireworks show.
Well, you said it would be a $35,000 show.
Right. So yes, the $35,000 is for the fireworks. That's it. It's not for added security. It's not for insurance. It's not for anything like that. It's just for the fireworks. So it's more than that we have to make in order to break even.
How much do you have to make?
I don't have those numbers.
I was told it could be 45 to 50,000 total with all the extras. Does that sound probably about right?
That's close, yeah.
And I assume that's a very pared down display versus what we have seen in previous years of music timed to it. I think we got rid of the music last year, and shorter, because it used to go 25 minutes easy. So
I mean, they increase the price every year significantly.
Yeah.
So,
no
yes,
doubt.
I mean, our willingness to spend doesn't go up as fast as their willingness to ask us to spend.
Right.
And I think we got a good price from Larry.
Well, yeah, he would do that just for the fun of it. I guess my question is, at what point does it become, okay, it's gotten too expensive, it's no longer viable, us bringing everybody down here and giving them a 10-minute, 12-minute, whatever it happens to be, it's just disappointing to the people instead of them doing whatever they want to do on the beach. Sure. I wonder how much something like a music festival or music event for that day would cost without having the fireworks issues, as well as still being entertaining for the people coming to town, and as an alternative moving forward. Now we're already down the road of this, so that's a different question. But we've only talked about drone shows being the alternative, and I think we've all seen the issues that can cause when you have 40-mile-an-hour winds, whipping down the beach all day. it's definitely harder to fly drones than it is to shoot off fireworks. So, I mean, that is just a thought I had, is, still being able to entertain people affordably and not have some of the other side effects.
Sure, yeah, I think the 18 minutes, what changes with the price of the fireworks isn't necessarily the time. It can be.
The amount of fireworks.
But it's the amount of fireworks or the size of the fireworks in that 18 minutes. The fireworks per minute changes or whatever it is. But it's not necessarily the time. And, I think that one of the real things is that the fireworks are a tradition for so many people. Like 70,000 of them. That's how many people we anticipate on these weekends, right?
Mm-hmm.
About 70,000. So, I mean, it is a tradition. People
it's
look
the
forward
annual
to
all-nighter.
it. Yeah. Yes. So,
Let's go to Chris.
You actually answered my question. Thank you, Sadie. But my thought is, it's 3 months away. It's probably a bigger conversation, right, for the future. I like the music idea is kind of a fun one. I'm sure there's lots of those ideas. I feel like I'm in support of the commitment. What I would really like to do is not only just talk about what does the future look like, but that commitment that you mentioned, Spencer, about 6 months ahead or whatever we can do. It seems like we should be able to be farther ahead of this than it's coming 3 months from today. So it's my opinion.
I agree with what Chris said, that we're too close now, and a lot of the planning's already underway, and it's kind of a big decision to make. Obviously, this has been a subject coming up year after year, and it seems to be gaining a bit of momentum. So I would be all for saying go ahead with this year. And I think 6 months at minimum, probably. Maybe should be more than that. We definitely need to do some kind of work session and have a bigger discussion. In fact, I think it's probably outside of a work session. I think it's probably more of a community event to talk about, because Seaside is kind of the only big place that does a big fireworks show anymore on the coast.
What we know is that not having fireworks does not affect our tourism. Because when we had COVID and we didn't have fireworks, we still had the tourists coming. The other thing we have to consider is it appears we're doing this just for the tourists, and we're not thinking about the people who live here. And we started conversations late last year, so we don't have to be saying that this is happening at so close to the event. We tried to start conversations, and people were saying, we don't want fireworks. We have our veterans, we have the pets, we have the environment, et cetera, et cetera. And at that point, that was an opening for people to start talking about the whole situation. But that conversation was kind of shut down. And just because we've always done it and it's a tradition doesn't mean we always have to keep doing it. That's not a good reason in my book.
I would disagree with one. It definitely does bring more people to town than traditionally would come. I think that's a fact. We could probably prove that with the data from the cell phone tracking. I've lived here my entire life, and I've always enjoyed the fireworks show. It's been a tradition. I think most of the people I've talked to actually have all enjoyed it as well. I think there's some people that obviously have issues with it, and no one's debating that, but I think overall it's a net positive for the community. It's something I look forward to. And us canceling the fireworks show is not going to do anything to stop illegal fireworks, which is our real problem. And it could actually encourage more illegal fireworks because people will put on their own shows. So, and as an avid drone pilot for years and years and years, I can tell you they are extremely fickle, and any mist or wind or rain is going to completely end the show. You're not going to have a show. So I don't think drone is really a good option, just given our climate and our environment. Launching from sand is another issue. So I am in favor of keeping the fireworks show going, at least this year, and then having a longer and bigger conversation about it with the community. So I'm going to move to commit $25,000 to the Seaside Chamber of Commerce for the 2025 Independence Day celebration, with a 6-month notice if the city decides not to fund the future fireworks shows, depending on the city's ability to fund the event.
I'll second.
So moved by Council President Morrissey and seconded by Councilor Binnicker. Further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that being that this money is coming from the TLT funds, it's not affecting the other services that the city is spending money on. It's not like we could use it on police officers or fire or public works or any other things like that. It would have to be tourist related. So to say it's for the tourists, well, it's the tourists' money that's being used to pay for it.
I'd like to go on the record here saying that, you know, I find the idea of using tradition as the reason for this year after year after year to be one of the most hurtful things that I, as a veteran, can deal with in this context. Because 4th of July specifically, I get stuck in a blacked out room with noise canceling headphones playing music so loud that it does damage to my hearing, just so that I don't have to deal with the explosions for everybody else's entertainment. I don't think I need to be treated as special for that, and I'm not asking to be. However, I don't know of a single veteran who signed up so that they can be re-traumatized year after year for the sake of tradition, for the sake of the entertainment of tourists. And I find it abysmal that that's what we're relying on. I think it is horrific that we refuse to do anything about the illegal fireworks and just accept that they're going to happen, to the point where our county sheriff last year put out a public statement saying, don't bother to call, we're not going to bother to follow up on it. The way we treat fireworks, explosives that are hurting people, that do damage to our infrastructure, that do damage to our animals, to our wildlife, to our environment, and to our veterans is, I don't have words to express just how bad it is. And to say that we're doing this because it's tradition and it's for the entertainment of the tourists, shame. We have tons of reasons not to be doing this. And if all we can come up with is tradition for why to do it, shame.
With all due
$25,000, I'm not done yet. And I'll
continue.
$25,000 for 18 minutes worth of entertainment, followed by, what was it last year? 3 months of the illegal fireworks. That's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask to put our pets through, to put our people dealing with PTSD like myself through. It's a lot to put our environment through for 18 minutes of entertainment.
I would just say, with all due respect, I don't think it's just out of tradition. I think a lot of people enjoy it, and I think
that would be the entertainment aspect then.
Well, but it's also a celebration of our independence in this country.
There's other ways to do that.
Maybe, and I appreciate your service, and any veteran that has a problem with that, I sympathize for them, but there's a lot of veterans that love it, and they see it as a day to celebrate our independence as a country. So I think there's both sides of the equation, and there are other options. You know, Canada Beach doesn't do any fireworks, and Seaside has always done fireworks, so it's not like anyone moved here not knowing this was going to happen. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I just have a totally different opinion on it.
I appreciate that you have a totally different opinion, but frankly, I take it as a slap in the face, especially the way it was worded.
Okay.
I agree with Seamus. I don't like the fireworks. I've never liked them. Yes, was it the bargain that I made when I bought the house 10 years ago? Sure. It doesn't mean I have to enjoy it. And the noise, the garbage, the late night music, everything that goes on with 4th of July weekend. If they're coming here, if the 18-minute show is bringing them here, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth what it does to our public safety officers, from them having to run call to call to call to call because people are, setting off sticks of dynamite. I worked patrol during the 4th of July. I saw a guy blow out his whole front living room window and blow out both of his eardrums because he was messing around with sticks of dynamite. So people get stupid on the 4th of July is what they do. Every year, people blow their hands off, people blind their children. It's just because we've always done it. Cities used to have public executions for entertainment too, but we don't do that anymore. It is a stupid way to celebrate our independence. I've got dual citizenship. I'm half British and half American, so that day means something different to me. But I never go out and just blow things up. I had a dog who was so sensitive to fireworks that she had to be tranquilized and put in a room with music. She would lay next to me and shake for days because of the fireworks. So it serves no purpose. They're messy, they're expensive, they're noisy. I think they attract the wrong element. And as far as not being able to police our own illegal fireworks, we sure managed to do it in Lakewood. When Lakewood took over from the Pierce County Sheriff, we gave 1 year of warning. This is your last year of illegal fireworks. Next year, you're getting the $500 citations. Don't bring them into our city. And the message got across real quick. You can stop them if you have the desire to really stop them.
And I think we should stop illegal fireworks. And I think that we're conflating legal, which are sparklers and things that don't go off the ground and don't really explode, with illegal fireworks, which are not condoned by anyone up here.
Well, someone just said that we can't do anything about the illegal fireworks. And I'm disagreeing and saying, yes, you can. You have to have the will to do it and stomp them out. But one of the first things you should do is lead by example and not waste a bunch of money blowing things up. I'm done.
Obviously, there are strong opinions up here on this question. Keep in mind that we don't necessarily know how we could do something like stop the illegal ones. 70,000 people coming to town with a police force of 20 is pretty tough to do.
We could try responding to the calls.
And in the meantime, ignore the public safety concerns.
That's part of the public safety concerns, Mr. Mayor.
Of 70,000 people.
That's part of the concerns, yes.
They are busy.
Last year I had to call because somebody was setting off fireworks into my home, and it took more than a half an hour for anybody to even respond. And
because they're busy doing other calls. I know.
Well, hey, as long as my home is being attacked, sure. Let's maybe prioritize a little bit and realize that an explosive, which is what a firework is, being set off in a residential area is not something to be ignored.
It's not.
And yet that's how it's being treated.
Because we only have 20 paid officers at any one time here in the city.
And yet,
that's it.
When they're going off at 1 o'clock in the morning, it isn't an issue of there's other crowds of things going on at the same time. It's not.
Years ago, we used to bring in extra police to help with the situation of the 70,000 people. But we also have to remember that once it turns dark, we're putting our public safety officers, our fire personnel, our police, in danger themselves when they try to enforce the fact that somebody's shooting off an illegal firework on the beach. So this isn't just about public safety for our residents. This is about the safety of our public safety officers as well.
And nobody is talking about funding illegal fireworks for the general public.
I know.
This is
This-
about
this
a
is about
public's as safe a show as it could be, because it's being done in a professional manner by professional pyrotechnicians, as an entertainment and a draw for tourists using tourist dollars.
And that's it. It's an entertainment and a draw
I
for
will tell you.
70,000.
I will tell you there are many.
I didn't finish what I said. I was
still
saying.
talking. You interrupted
You're
me.
interrupting him.
Okay, I
Hold
thought
off.
you were done.
There are many business owners, people who work in this town, live in this town, that enjoy fireworks and enjoy having the tourists here helping support the economy of Seaside. Now, I do know that there is a negative effect on some people and many animals and other things that do happen in this town. But using the argument as far as having everybody else using illegal fireworks is it's a red herring to the question that is before us today.
And that's not the argument I'm using. The argument I'm using is that, just as you said, we're using the fireworks show to bring in those 70,000 tourists who are then putting our public safety people in danger by their subsequent behavior. We are attracting them here. And
they've gotten the word that nothing's going to happen if I blow off these illegal fireworks.
I thought it didn't bring any more people into town.
Well, I didn't say that.
They're
Tina
saying
did, but
70,000. I'm just using your number.
I know that my neighborhood, which is 100% vacation rentals, it brings them in. And they're all out in the street and they're blowing stuff up and there's never any response. We just put up with it for days and days and days because we live near the beach.
I live in a part of town that's not on the beach and has zero, at least legal, vacation rentals. And yet, between my house and David's, we have a few houses that year after year set off massive displays of the kind that are launched into the air to explode. This is annual, and it isn't a one-night thing. That's one piece of the issue. The other piece of the issue is that this public display does just as much trauma. It causes just as many problems. Can I say that it's the illegal fireworks versus the legal ones that are put on by the chamber that are on various years shutting down the power in the city because the mortars as they fall are falling into, say, the substation down by...
It was a balloon.
That was
one of the times. Yeah. That was one of the times. That's not how it is every time, though. And not every year does the power go out. Because nothing is monolithic like that. But to say that the legal professional display isn't going to cause the problems when I can tell you it is causing the problems. I know because it's causing the problems for me when I have to isolate in a box in order to survive the night. Come on. Let's be real about it.
I understand. At the same time,
I'm not alone in it.
If we weren't doing our professionally done show, it wouldn't stop the other fireworks from going off at the same time.
It's just you using what you just called out as a red herring.
No, I said that saying that all of the things that are happening the rest of the year is a reason for us not to do an 18-minute show. The two are not related, other than it being the same day.
They are related, but
The people
The
that
problem
get
is-
excited about fireworks on the beach are the people that are getting excited about blowing up MADs in the street. Absolutely. There's a
is.
certain draw. Some people are fascinated with fireworks, and then they want to do it themselves. So if you're not bringing them in to see this 18-minute thing, maybe they'll go somewhere else. Maybe they'll spend their money on something else besides blowing stuff up and leaving it all over the beach for kids and dogs to step on. For months, I see firework debris after the 4th. For months. And I know there's a cadre that goes out and cleans. They don't get it all. I find it for months.
I'd like us to call the question.
I was just getting ready to do that. I think it's pretty plain So the motion is as was read. I move to commit $25,000 to Seaside Chamber of Commerce for the 2025 Independence Day celebration, with the 6-month notice if the city decides not to fund future fireworks shows, depending on the city's ability to fund the event. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Please raise your hand so I can keep track. So there are 4. Those opposed?
Nay.
No.
And there are 3. So the motion carries. We will have future discussions about this. Like I said, I think we probably should bring in a greater percentage of the residents of the city.
I would like to make a motion that we schedule a planned discussion for this topic no later than November 1st, 2025.
Second, yeah.
For this topic or for the city's fireworks show, or for the illegal fireworks, because we're talking about 2 different things.
If we have to give 6 months' notice about whether or not the city is going to provide funding, then we need to talk about it no later than November. So the topic of, are we going to continue funding?
Got it. Thank you.
I'm not sure that's accurate. If you said at the beginning you were supposed to have your decision by February.
That's when we have to sign the contract for fireworks, yeah?
So let's do it in
So you should
August.
have an answer before then. Is that correct?
Right, that's what she was saying, 6 months
So if we
prior,
have
6
one
months prior to the
November,
fireworks.
I was
February
saying
then.
6 months before July 1st.
Uh,
If we want
January.
6 months before the decision, then I would move that to August. I'll amend my motion to no later than August 15th.
Second.
I mean, I just want to put it out there that we have 2 massive events that the chamber puts forth effort in August, and I would prefer, if I'm going to be at the table having that discussion with you guys, that happen in September, just because in August
Summer
it's
is difficult.
difficult. Yeah.
Well, we only need to give a 6-month notice
6 months notice from what day? From
from
July
the fireworks
1st?
show, is what
Or
this
from
reads.
the
Yeah.
decision, the time that the chamber needs to make their decision?
No, I think it's the fireworks show, the way this is worded.
6
The
months
intention
before
was 6
the
months
fireworks
prior
show.
to the event, so
I'll
I think it can be
re-amend-
whatever you
I'll
want.
re-amend it to by September 15th.
Second.
It's not really any better. That's still
No.
summer.
I think it's reasonable for us to expect the chamber to come back to us with some alternatives of what they could do on July at whatever conversation we're having. And if they're working on their events through the summer season, I mean, 60 days after the summer would be a reasonable amount for them to be able to do a little bit of due diligence.
We just obligated ourselves to a 6-month deadline to commit or not commit to the funding.
So
We don't
so
put
in
that
January,
responsibility on the chamber to come to us. We put that responsibility on us to lead the discussion.
if somebody is coming to the council for money, it's on them to tell us what they want the money
Not
for.
what we just decided. We
That's not what this
just,
says.
this says that, read the motion again, please, Steve.
We're giving a 6-month notice the city decides not to fund future fireworks shows.
Right. So if
You're
we
giving us
so
6
so if
months
we
notice.
decide in January that we don't want to give them money for the fireworks,
Would need to be,
then we'd have had the discussion in October, November, December to decide and be able to notify
or
them.
January 1st.
I can change it to October.
Let's do
I
October.
I think us pushing back when we're going to talk about it merely makes it so that we don't have as much time to talk about it to figure out the best ways forward. Whether or not they're present for what we decide we're going to do with the city's money about this, I don't know that that's relevant that they be there for it. Unless they're going to be presenting, and I would highly encourage this, some kind of an alternative to the fireworks show.
And that's what I'm asking for, is additional time for them to be able to develop an alternative plan.
Okay.
They have to have, and we have to have time to discuss it and consider it. So if we initiate a meeting no later than October,
Great.
that gives us some time, and I can
That's
make it
I think that's
October.
reasonable.
Yeah, your original motion of November 1st was
I know,
was
it was,
perfect.
original was
Yeah.
November 1st, but then people said
perfect.
we got to go earlier.
Oh, I thought it was 6 months. from
October to
February.
November, but
No, it's 6 months from July.
So where are we? Are we at October 1st now or November 1st still?
I'll go back to my original November.
First.
But I
Do we still have the second? If
Yes.
not, I'll second that.
Who
still have a second, I think.
Okay.
was Seamus the second?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a motion and a second to discuss this no later than November 1st. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Paul coming up.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Okay. So this is going to be a brief update on capital works projects. This is not an exhaustive list of everything that's going on, but just the major items that we have going on. So completed projects, the seal coating on Public Works, the culvert replacement at Wahana Ball Fields, also the Convention Center parking lot, the fire department training tower, fire station and police station upgrades, Broadway Park play structure, the generator at the booster station, and the dog kennel roof improvement. So what's in progress right now is paving the west end of Avenue U parking area, and I know we've talked about that a couple of meetings ago. I went out there and took a look at it, and I think we've got an easy solution for the tides interaction there. We'll probably just put like a speed bump, because if we don't, the water is going to flow into there, but we'll leave access to come out of there. So, and we'll probably put a flush curb in order to preserve the pavement, because if we don't, it'll just unravel. But I think we've got a good plan moving forward, so it's in design stage right now. The sewer master plan, we are initial scoping for that. Be moving forward. We've already identified some other major projects that are also on the list tonight. The wastewater treatment plant aerator replacement has been identified so far on that. The Public Works roof improvements, that's in progress. I know we're waiting on some quotes for that. The Wahana and 12th Avenue sewer pump grades, these are priorities, and I know we've talked about these too. I've had some discussions with Civil West on this, and we've gone out there and taken a look at it. There's some significant issues that we have to address as far as space and controls and capacity. Also, the north tank is interior and exterior coatings or painting the project. Those bids are due tomorrow, so we'll have an idea on that. And let's see. And then there's also an extra on the north tank project is the exterior base ceiling. So they wanted to seal where the base and the foundation come together to keep water from getting underneath there. The sewer dryer, that agreement is near completion. The attorneys have been working diligently to get that done. I know they've had some multiple revisions that they've discussed with the vendor on this, and I think we're pretty close now, so we can start moving forward and make a determination on size, capacity, and the eventual full cost on this, because the system was oversized, and I think we'll be looking at hopefully a reduction in cost. Also, Estuary Park observation platform improvements. I know Ed has been working on that, and that's been moving forward. Not started yet. The Public Works storage facility, we kind of postponed that because we wanted to look at costing versus leasing a space versus constructing it. That's for the visitor guides. Yes, sorry.
Public Works storage facility is postponed because we're going to put a homeless camp there instead.
Yes, exactly. So they've consumed our extra space. So we're looking at possibly doing something else with that storage facility, as Spencer pointed out. That is the one that we were talking about, estimating the cost and comparing them. Repairs to the convention center, City Hall, and Public Works HVAC. So those are in process. We met with Brian at the convention center, and he's working on scoping for those so we can start putting together bidding documents and things like that to get to the vendors, looking at maybe a design bid build type of project for the vendor to reduce costs and get better competition. Also pre-planning for the watershed pipe bridge. That is where all the water goes across the Mechanicsburg Bridge in a pipe. It is getting to become a much more important issue. So we've had some underlying. I looked at some photos and have been out there. There are a couple other issues associated with that. There's also the secondary access to our watershed headworks. Those bridges haven't been used in such a long time that there are trees growing out of the bridge. I should have put the picture in there because I went out there and the trees are taller than me now. So
don't we call that a bollard?
It's a natural bollard. And Spencer, you were wise not to go across the bridge.
I crossed it. The bridge is very soft.
You were braver than I.
So is there a plan to actually upgrade and repair that bridge at some point?
Yeah, so we're meeting with the Mechanicsburg Watershed folks to start looking at these issues and looking at funding and things like that. So
my understanding is the project was designed, bid out just before COVID. Then COVID happened and it all went away. And so trying to get that restarted again.
Yeah, so we're not starting from scratch, but we have to assess to make sure that conditions have not changed significantly in this environment so that the design doesn't have to become better. I did see the armoring around the base of those bridges, and it was still in fairly good order, so I'm confident that the river hasn't, encroached into those areas like the pipe bridge. The pipe bridge is bad. It needs some attention.
I'd say the main purpose of this bridge is just to provide a second access to our headworks for water. So it's not critical for something that we would need to use all the time, but if for whatever reason our main access were cut off, this bridge would be necessary to come at it from the other side.
Right. But the pipe bridge is more paramount than that. As part of the pipe bridge, it's not just the bridge and the foundation, but it's also pulling the trees back, because if a tree fell on that pipe, it would crush it and you'd be out of water. We'd have to start pumping straight out of the river down at Peterson Point. So that's the backup to it. So it's not catastrophic, but it is serious. So the water master plan, we're looking at a fiscal year 27 for that to basically follow the sewer. Water is in better shape with the exception of what we just discussed, but it does need some attention, and that master plan will start pointing out those in a plan moving forward.
Go ahead.
As the liaison to the Parks Advisory Committee, I'm not seeing a whole lot on there for our planned parks, like the Estuary Park, the North 40, and I know there was some maintenance that needs to be
There is.
done.
And like I said, it wasn't an exhaustive one, but we do have other projects. Ed is working on several of those for us. So I tried to kind of target a dollar amount, and a lot of the parks ones just don't rise to that six-figure.
I think
not all of them.
North 40 ought to get pretty close.
Well, as an update to those, Ed has been working on kind of assessing the current condition of the estuary, and so I do think that will be a project we'll come back with sometime soon on what to do there. Regarding the North 40, we've had a couple of meetings with the landscape architects recently as last week, and so they are narrowing down the scope of their proposal to be in line with the council's discussions that we had.
Right.
It's all a blur. November, December, January, somewhere in there we had a discussion to come back with 3 plans, and so they're fine tuning that scope of work to get it closer, as close as we can to what we're looking for. So we hope to have bring that.
We should have a
scope of
good
work to
design
the
concept
back soon.
that'll be good to present to council so that you can see what it is. I think they've had a couple really rough ones, but I think they need a few tweaks, but I think they're close. So we'd like to present that once they get that together.
Okay. How much public involvement do we want in that presentation?
So the purpose of this was to have them design 3 different concepts based on the specific feedback we gave, and then have the Parks Committee do what they did last time and take all 3 out to the public and stir up as much conversation and dialogue as possible, and come back with a preferred option recommendation.
Thank you.
My question is also probably doesn't rise to that level either, but has to do with our parking signs around town. It's very clear when you read a parking sign that says no parking this side of the street. It's very clear when you go to the Cove and you read no parking from this hour to this hour. But we have too many signs in our town that say no overnight parking. Our police cannot enforce that because you can't tell if somebody's doing overnight parking because you have to see them at 10 p.m. maybe, and then maybe at 3 a.m. Who knows? We need to standardize our parking signs so that people know what are the hours they can or cannot park on streets. The worst street probably is right in front of my house, Nicanicum Drive, which has a whole bunch of signs that say no overnight parking. But then if you go between First and about Third, it says parking only for recreational vehicles and boats, etc. This week we had a boat parked there for close to 4 days, overnight, the whole thing. People, first of all, the residents need to know what the rules are. Secondly, the people who visit us need to know what the rules are. We need to standardize, and it seems to me we just need to decide what hours do we not want parking. Seems to work at the Cove.
I think we have identified that as an issue in terms of enforcement. The police can enforcement. It just takes a lot more work because you have to check on different times that someone's parked there and whatnot. So I think we've identified that, and that is something we have had discussions on. I think there are 2 needs. One is we need to change all the signage from no overnight to the designated hours. And secondly, we do need to identify locations where longer vehicles can park. There is a program where they can get a permit from the Visitors Bureau to park in the Sunset Recreation Center parking lot. But 2 issues with that. One is that they can't do that on days when they have the farmers market. And for a lot of people, especially with expensive trailers and whatnot, they don't necessarily want it so far away. The real issue is there's not parking in the hotel parking lots for someone with long vehicles. And so both that location needs to be identified and then the proper signage. And so I think that's something that we're working on.
It needs to be clarified also at the downtown parking lot and also at our parks. Estuary Park has no signs at all.
Yeah. And along those lines, we have an array of different park rule signs throughout all of our parks that are not consistent. And more importantly, the city has never adopted any parks rules. And so they're just, someone created a sign. And so if the police were trying to enforce some of those rules, there is no code to back it up. And so that's something I've suggested to the parks. It would be a great project for the Parks Committee. In fact,
we're going to be busy.
I say while we're having this discussion, it would be great if the council directed them to work on that, because having them come back with a set of citywide general rules for parks would be great, along with some specific rules for specific parks if they have a particular amenity or particular rule that should only apply to that park. So I would love for the council to kind of direct the Parks Committee to work on that.
It seems to me like that's how the signs got there.
It was via the Parks Committee.
So we want them to
Without
recommend
council.
rules that we come back and adopt by
Right.
ordinance.
Yeah.
But there's never been an ordinance
Well,
adopted.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take that back to the committee and. put
Do we,
it to
do
work?
we need a motion?
I think so, and I think the Transportation Advisory Committee should be
Should handle the other one.
looking at the parking
Yep.
signs and
If they
get
would
some kind of consistency. Does that make sense to everybody? We have a consensus? Okay, there you go. And our liaisons can lead that effort. Okay, thank you very much. That is a great update. I hope you do it like once a quarter. And, you know, let's make sure everybody knows what's going on out there. We're a little ahead on this one, but Memorial Day, May 26th is a normally scheduled council meeting. And I, for one, don't like to make our staff come in and work on a 3-day holiday. So any discussion we need about canceling that meeting?
I move that we cancel the May 26th, 2025 meeting with the ability to set another meeting date if necessary.
Second.
Okay, Councilor
was over here.
Prasowski made it, and was it Heidi? Okay, we'll call it Heidi made the second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. There you go, staff. You can have a 3-day weekend. Now that means counselors don't send them emails on that weekend, okay? Next up, Spencer, lead us in this funding request for trash removal at the unsanctioned homeless camp. A unsanctioned homeless camp.
Sure. I can bring them up. So John's going to bring up some photos that our staff went out and took. So this was, I think this has been a topic of discussion. I know some emails going around in the last couple of months. I can't remember, this might have even come up when we were meeting about some of the effects of the homeless camp on Avenue S. We had some representatives from the Commons and elsewhere. It may have come up there, I can't remember, but there's been a pretty significant trash issue and some unsanctioned homeless camping on property that is adjacent to the mill ponds. Here's an idea. This is some of the debris we're talking about. It's my understanding that this has been a place on and on that homeless individuals have used to camp. There were prior attempts to trespass and remove those people. However, the trash wasn't removed, and they've subsequently come back. It's my understanding that they have now been relocated and they're no longer there, and that I believe I'll let some of the people that participate in this give us the actual story. I believe the cleanup efforts happened over this weekend. The request has come into the city to help with the dumping costs of the materials. It's my understanding that we had volunteers and Randy Stemper and Bill Montero who had volunteered their resources to help do the actual work with their equipment and whatnot. But they're seeking for the city's assistance in paying for those fees to the dump. We had staff go out and put a ballpark estimate together, but this was several weeks ago, estimating just based on the amount of debris they saw and what our fees have been when we've taken loads to the dump based on our own homeless campsite. And so the request to the council is to help contribute to those costs, whether it's the whole amount, some amount, whatever. Right now, there's no obligation on the city, but it's just a request. This is on private property. However, it is adjacent to the mill ponds. If you were a general member of our public, not pulling up a county map, and you were walking the trails of the mill ponds, it would be hard to distinguish the Mill Ponds Park from this property. The trails go through there. And so I think there is an argument for the sake of the mill ponds and for the businesses around there that the city could, if it chose to, help participate to defray those costs. At the same time, there are many private properties throughout the city that have abatement issues, not necessarily homeless camps, but other abatement issues. And in fact, in some properties have unsanctioned camps as well, and they've been responsible for cleaning up and paying for those costs. And so that's just a consideration the council would make as to whether or not you would be inclined to fund future requests. And so there could be a precedent. I don't think there's anything legally that says you have to do one and not the other, or do both. But it's just a position of you may get more requests, and the council would have to make those determinations in the future if you want to fund those or not.
Can I ask if the owners of the property had been approached by the city about their need to clean up their property? And if so, what kind of response was received by the city?
My understanding is that Officer Knock worked with them when they originally trespassed people. I'm going off memory here, but I think it was around April a year ago, 2024, and the people were trespassed and left, but the camps remained, or the debris remained, and they can correct me if they need to. What became especially problematic is that there were two almost structures that were built, and I think a couple of months ago, one of them actually caught on fire and burnt down, and that's when our staff first discovered the extent of the problem and began the abatement enforcement proceedings over again.
And what has been the interaction with the owners of the property? How have they responded to the need to clean up the property, or how have they responded to the city, etc.?
I think they may be here. If they are, I'll let them respond. To my understanding, this is the effort that I believe happened over this weekend is really by the volunteers is from my understanding, the first effort to actually clean up the site.
Would you like me to call Mr. Stemper up? I see him back there. Who's that behind him?
Sure.
And there's Bill too. Well,
Come on up, Bill.
Come on up, Bill.
Party.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you, council, for hearing us. As you know, I've been in here numerous times discussing homeless issues. This property came to the forefront because it is a pathway for where the homeless move back and forth through the mill pond and behind the businesses and all of those. They had been trespassed on numerous occasions. They had not left. They come and they go. We gave them 72 hours notice to remove everything that they wanted to take. They failed to do that. This morning, when we were back over there with equipment cleaning again, we had to have 4 different individuals removed during the day. This is a horrific problem on the city. The neighbors have all banded together to help Ruby's on this thing. We're putting in our resources, our time, our money, our equipment, and we're just asking for the city to become part of our neighborhood and come and help us by deferring the fees to the dump. You've seen that mess. It's incredible what we've done. We've not only volunteered time, we're putting our money into the project as well. So we're not asking the city to fund everything on this. This project, Candace is here, she owns the property. It's become more than she can deal with on herself. My biggest concern is once we get this removed, how do we keep them out of there? At what point? So I have equipment mowing the whole place so we can see clear across that property. All the neighbors have agreed that if they see someone on that property, they will notify the police immediately. We can't have them come back and do this again. This is just unacceptable. That project is 10 times what I thought it was when we got out there and we started cleaning it up. We have big equipment in there, and you can see what we're up against. And we will be there helping our neighbor. Basically, it's neighbors helping neighbors.
I really appreciate you guys stepping up and taking care of this. You definitely didn't have to do it, and you've put your own time and money into that, and I appreciate it. If it was a standard piece of private property that, let's say, the landowner had trashed, I would never be in favor of the city cleaning it up or paying for dump fees. But to me, this is different because, one, it's really just an overflow from our camp is where a lot of these folks are coming from. There's also been other camps in the area that have all kind of piled into this one location. The other reason this property is unique is it borders the mill ponds. And so clearly the chemicals and the trash is seeping into the groundwater, into the mill ponds, and then into the Neowana and the Nicanicum and the ocean. So it's critical that we keep this property clean. My biggest concern is, like you mentioned, that they come back and do it again. So hopefully we can band together and keep it from happening. And maybe at some point this property goes to the Nature Conservancy or someone who can actually take care of it. Because I know it's a big lift when you got people just camping overnight and you can't get them to leave. So I appreciate what you guys have done, and I'm in favor of approving this.
Can I just make a few comments?
Could you
I'm sorry.
officially
Speak up.
all introduce yourselves
sure.
as well?
My name is Candace Reamer. My husband David and I own Ruby's, and obviously this piece of wetlands that's turned into a nightmare. When we wanted to do a labor of love for Seaside, we bought that old gas station that was completely a piece of junk that trashed and meth and all that, to try to make the experience coming from Portland into Seaside have a nice view instead of just an old gas station that was all junk. Subsequently, we realized there was a piece of property behind us, and we thought we should take control of that so we would have our own destiny, not knowing a couple things, that this would just turn into a friggin' nightmare. But, you know, when we built the Rubies, we worked with the city of Seaside, and there were a lot of issues with plumbing and all kinds of stuff that we didn't anticipate in our scope of the budget. And we obviously complied with everything they wanted to do, but it was $300,000 more than we had counted on to do the curb sites and all the things that were necessary. That said, we are grateful that you guys worked with us, because I think Ruby's has been well respected and people love to come and bring their dogs and their kids. And we also thought that that environment of looking out at the back end with the mill pond was an experience that people would enjoy doing, and they love it. But I will agree, this homeless problem is just escalated out of control, and my husband's health isn't doing well, so I'm kind of a one-man band right now. So obviously I love these guys helping, and other volunteers that have helped me too. So anything the city could help me with would be obviously appreciated.
Got anything, Bill?
We cleaned up that area 4 years ago, and it was pristine at that time. And this is developed over those 4 years. And a lot of it came when Land Conservancy shut down their area. They actually had the same problem. So they actually fenced part of their, as much as they could of their area. But a lot of the homeless that moved out of that area obviously moved on to Candace's property. And as they were evicted from Mill Pond as well, they just left their debris in place. And so you also have property south of Candace's property that also people have been moved out of. And so it just became a dumping ground. I'm also convinced that because of the way her parking lot is, it's become a dumping ground for the public as well. So it may be a combination of various factors. So it is Candace's problem, yes, but it's also a Seaside problem.
One other thing, I've been talking with the Nature Conservancy, and they're very committed to taking care of that property. When I was out there today, someone from that camp has now moved on to Conservancy property. I saw where they were putting up their tarps. I called the Conservancy today. They sent 2 people out there today to take care of that problem immediately. So this is a commitment by not all of us, but North Coast Conservancy as well, so this doesn't come back.
I would say one other thing. I'm pretty bold, but I'm fearful of going back there by myself when I'm at the grill and trying to evict people just because Randy's been threatened. And yeah, I just, Officer Knock has been exceptional for me, though. I just have to say that on the record. He's been great. But a year ago, I put up these 72, 48, 24-hour signs to get people out. I've got no trespassing signs all over the place, but, you know, it's on deaf ears a little bit.
There is a no trespassing order in place now that the police can trespass them at any time when they see them. She did sign that to them, so.
When was that signed?
Last week,
2
I
weeks
believe,
ago?
2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago.
Too bad it wasn't signed. a
4
long
years
time-
ago.
Yes, exactly.
That property's been used for homeless camping for more than a decade.
No,
Oh, rest
well,
assured.
you know that, well, so we bought Ruby's 10 years ago,
Uh-huh.
and it wasn't like that at all.
It may not have been in that condition, but that's been an ongoing issue on that particular property for a very, very, very long time. I say this is that part of my job over the years has been to go out there to the camps and to deal with those people. I feel for the amount of debris that's back there, and I know that some of that stuff has been there and tromped down and covered, and it's working its way into the groundwater at this point. I mean,
It was
we've
not
got
only
decades.
Ruby's though, but it was the entire mill pond. And
Yeah,
until you
exactly.
came up with a solution to build a homeless camp, that's when mill pond started getting cleaned up. But really, they were really forced in either the camp, and if they couldn't exist in the camp, they went to private property.
I know that at least one of the residents, for whatever reasons, was under the impression that he had permission to be there and have some kind of a managerial role over other campers there, which I would hope was not the case, based simply on.
Brandon took a lot
you
of
know,
that on himself. I didn't.
and so I hope that if this is something that we can do, then it is for the benefit of our waters there and for the environment as a whole around it. But hopefully we can be more proactive about if people are coming in, sending them to the appropriate spots.
The neighbors will be very proactive. And the police department is very committed. I mean, I had to call them today. They're within 10 minutes to get rid of 3 more. Brandon wasn't going to leave this morning because he was protesting something. And it's like, they came and said, no, you will be leaving. You've been trespassed. So anything you guys can give us and help, the police department response, we are very committed to this cleanup and moving on. This is a community problem over there. It's not just Candace's problem.
Okay, Chris has had her hand up for a while.
Oh.
Amazing. I'm just very grateful, like Seth said, for the work that you guys have done and are doing. I'm a little concerned about the precedent. I will say that. But of more concern for me is this idea of not letting it happen again. And I'm hearing neighborhood watch. That's just not hitting home with me. Is there not more? Do we not have more teeth? Did our ability to not let this happen again just change when we signed a trespassing order of some sort? I'm just not clear on that. What is going to prevent this from happening again?
With the trespass order, they have the ability to remove people after that without having to wait for them to commit a separate crime.
But those people will still have brought in their belongings, etc. And when we hear that this was pristine 4 years ago, why wasn't there some action made? I commend you for what you're doing to help your friend and neighbor. I'm concerned about the fact that it is private property, and we're looking at our taxpayers' money, and we're looking at the possibility of precedent of, we know that there are other properties in town that have faced the same thing and have maybe trespassed people, maybe not trespassed them, haven't cleaned up behind them on the property. And I'm looking at, okay, this will set precedent. And I'm really struggling with this.
Yeah. I can't guarantee you that there isn't going to be more problems there, but up to now, I don't know of anybody that's organized the neighborhood the way I have to make it happen. One of our primaries in it has an $8 million investment next door to that. They have a very large incentive to make sure that it doesn't continue. Mike McCall from Les Schwab has told me that I have all of his resources, his people to watch over the project. I mean, we can't guarantee it's not going to come back, but I would like to see a way that maybe I get involved and redevelop that property. I'm going to have to go to the city, see the zoning, see the wetlands, see where it is as a possible redevelopment. Nature Conservancy, talked to them today. They have an interest in having that property because it adjoins them. But something has to be done, and it starts with getting that mess cleaned up and out of there.
Candace, what is the prospect or the possibility of you joining with Nature Conservancy and letting them take over that land?
I haven't given that a lot of thought because at some point, let's just say 20 years from now, if I sell rubies, I might want to join that property with rubies because my back parking lot, I was able to develop because that was not on wetlands and is part of that piece of property. The other thing I would say about policing that area, I don't know if the council would allow me, but the big problem is there's a ton of trees and you can't see these people. They're blind from you. And when you're working your job, you're not really trying to, go out there and police things, but maybe they allow me to take down all the trees and all the brush there.
Because that is your private property.
Right, but I think there's a limit to the trees I can take down. Am I right, Bill?
Actually, most of it's brush. So the plan is, Randy has a brush cutter, huge brush cutter. I mean, it makes your lawnmower look like nothing. And it will gnaw up anything. And so all the shrubbery and the vegetation that's around below the trees will be cleared. And so you'll have a clear sight line from Ruby's all the way through the property. And Officer Knock has promised to patrol that area now that he has the trespass order on a regular basis. And so that will not only any calls from Candace, but also during his inspections. We'll keep that property pretty clear.
I'm curious, have you approached Recology at all to see if they would reduce some of the cost of the of taking away?
The only approach I had with Recology was asking them if they would accept it, because they don't have to accept it. And they told me what we needed to do for them to, but that's the only conversation I had with them.
Is there anybody else that has any questions?
Why over the course of the last 4 years since it was last cleaned up has it not been addressed? That's a long time, and it's obviously gotten really, really bad. So what was stopping it?
It was not very visible to me at all, really. All those piles are way back there, and they're just, from my vantage point at Ruby's, it's not visible. And Officer Knock and I went there a year ago, got those people out, told them to take their trash. Of course, they're not going to do that.
Did you follow up on it to see if they did?
Well, yeah, but a lot of them left, but just left all that trash there. And as I said, I'm just kind of a one-man band right now and just didn't really, at that point, have any resources to do that. And then it just was extremely overwhelming, as you can see from these pictures. It's just like...
Oh, I've been back in there. Yeah.
So
I kind of go with Bill on some of that that's up closer to that parking lot and area. It looked like people were dumping just household
Oh,
trash.
absolutely. From the edge of the
Not
parking
just-
lot looking down that hill, it absolutely.
Yeah, just
it's
not
even
the
bagged.
homeless.
I mean,
It looks like it became a dump for, you want to get rid of a couch, you want to get rid of a bed.
Same
I
issue
mean,
as
bags
at
and
the
bags
recycle.
of garbage. I don't see homeless people bagging garbage. Sorry, but I just don't see them buying bags. And there's bags and bags and bags
Agreed.
still out there.
So the irony is, I have a chain for the back parking lot that we put up at night. But the minute this started happening, Officer Knox said, you have to take that chain down because I won't be able to get back there. So it's a catch-22 for me a little bit.
the chain wasn't going to stop the people going in on foot anyways.
Well, it would stop people from bringing their trucks in there and dumping it in that back there. I'm just saying if that's what
Yeah.
the case was. Oh, I knew it wasn't going to stop that, but I just meant additional people just using it as, recology.
Oh, could you not give the police department a key to your lock on the chain?
Well, this was their request for me to take the chain down.
Yeah, but I'm giving.
I mean,
I'm giving another suggestion: is keep the chain up and let the police have a key to it. So when they want to go back there, they can.
I'm
unlock
happy
it.
to do that too. That just was never
With the
presented.
camps back there, you also wind up with a fire risk. So the fire
They'll cut
department needs
it.
to be able to get in there.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
they'd cut it. So going forward, I'm not going to try to get into your business too much, but is your business successful? Are you doing well?
Oh,
Are you-
Ruby's,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so are you thinking about maybe a fence at some point, or
I'm sorry.
a fence around your,
Oh, a
your
fence?
property?
It's been discussed. It's been discussed. I just didn't know if there were some other measures I could take other than that to do that.
Right, but you're asking us to use public funds to help with your private cleanup, and it will set a precedent, so that's why I'm asking what other things you are actively working on to keep people out, and a fence would be a huge deterrent.
It is something that we have discussed doing that in.
Have you gotten bids for a fence?
No, not yet. Okay. No, not yet.
can we assume you're contributing to the cost of the disposal as well?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, I will be.
Okay. More than what you're asking from us, or about the same?
This
or-
cleanup's probably about $15,000 roughly.
Okay.
It may be a little more than that. That's a significantly larger mess out there than I anticipated.
Oh, yeah.
When we started this. To go back to your comment, asking for this, you can ask for any restriction that you want put on this. You can ask them for a fence. You could ask that if we don't meet certain criteria, that the money has to get paid back. I mean, this isn't just a handout and walk away. This is a joint effort by us. So do I think you should give the money to a private individual with no strings attached to it? Absolutely not. I'm not asking for that.
You went right down the street I was going.
So
If we're going to commit money, we need to see a commitment coming back that this isn't going to happen again.
as a neighbor,
that-
that's what I want.
Me too. It's not going to.
So I'm not interested in funding another cleanup.
So what would you commit to? Would you commit to putting a fence up? I mean, this is new territory for us.
How
This
big
is
of a
new
property
ask.
is-
We only just heard
3
about
acres.
it.
3.08 acres.
That's a lot of fence.
That's a lot of
fence. Yeah.
So
And it destroys the ambiance of you're
Well,
down there at
I
Mill
can tell you
Ponds.
the fence that North Coast Conservancy has up, there's holes cut through it.
Yeah,
Sure,
exactly.
that would happen.
They don't care about the fence. They just cut a hole and make a new trail.
So Randy, what would you suggest as the commitment on this side for the city's
Well, I
commitment?
really think there should be a follow-up. I mean, at a minimum, a walk every quarter or every 6 months through the project and make sure that it's living up to the agreement. If it's not, there should be a avenue that the city, requests the money back. If they don't receive it, there's a lien put on the property. I mean, cities put liens on properties all the time.
So
There's got to be an avenue that the city could recollect if the criteria is not met.
So Spencer, is this the kind of thing that we would write some sort of an agreement, like we did several meetings ago for different things? An agreement?
We can. We can put together an agreement that has whatever caveats both parties agree to. I think at the end of the day, if the city's really interested in getting your money back, some kind of a lien or something like that is something that's actually collectible on, whereas an agreement, you kind of have to go through the courts and stuff like that, but we can explore any option the council wants.
You also have the option of talking to Officer Knock. If he's going to be doing regular inspections on a weekly basis, I mean, you can ask for a regular report.
But I have to also think about what other private properties do we commit a public safety officer to do regular inspections on?
There is no mess in this city this scale.
I understand.
Well, the other issue is this is a direct overflow from our camp, and a lot of times kicking people out of the camp pushes them over to this property.
It's pre-existing.
Here's
before the camp.
Well,
And we have the environmental issues that, I mean, that's a sensitive piece of property out there.
I mean, here's kind of my idea on this. We help clean it up, and we partner with the North Coast Land Conservancy to keep it monitored and cleaned up. We're already going through nonprofit funding to them.
Well, we can't
through-
commit them, though.
What's that?
We can't commit them. They have
No,
to-
I'm saying that you're very involved with the North Coast Land Conservancy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And to be able to have a partner that we know that long term is going to be there to be able to help, monitor the space and make sure that it's staying in the condition that it should be, and if something comes up, it's taken care of in the bud. And then we've got basically a set of eyes from a organization that partners with the city already.
So in the last 6 weeks of conversations I've had with North Coast Conservancy, they're very committed to this. I have informed them everything that we're doing along the lines. They come out and monitor the property, so getting them to partner up to help monitor this, I do not think is going to be a very big ask of them. I mean, they were there today within 15 minutes of when I called them.
But the business owner is going to retain ownership of that land.
Wouldn't have to. She could sell it to them.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Do we know how much the piece of land is worth?
Not at this point. It's going to get evaluated here shortly, though.
We've had lots of discussion. I'm going to place make a motion.
I'd like to ask one more question really quick.
Okay, because we can still have discussion and stuff after making the motion.
It's pertinent.
Okay.
Would you be willing to commit to personally or having a specified representative walk that property on at least a monthly basis to make sure that it's not getting people back on there, leaving garbage, people aren't using it as a dump without actually doing something about it?
So I would commit to do it on a weekly basis because I have one great cook that's a big dude. So I'll take Justin back there with me, and we would commit to do it probably twice a week.
And not just committing to walk it, but if there is anything there, actually doing something about it so it doesn't pile up again.
Rear its ugly head again.
Yeah, it can't be another situation of, it's there, but you go a year without.
Right.
I think the fact that we're mowing it so we can see through there is going to make a big difference.
I was just going to say that I think the added commitment that you guys discussed about getting the brush removed sort of says to me that that's another step in the direction of making the monitoring and protecting this from happening again easier.
Here's my motion. I move that we commit to paying $5,000 towards the project. If we think the project's about $15,000, that makes us a third partner in it. You're a third partner in it. You gentlemen are a third partner. North Coast Land Conservancy, with the caveat that North Coast Land Conservancy will agree to continue to monitor it and notify us if there's an issue when we see it.
We need a second before I can say anything, so I'll
Right.
second it. But what we just heard a minute ago was actually that she is committing to walk it and to clean it up. So I'm not sure.
If you want to put another caveat or an amendment to it, I'm fine with that.
I don't want to hinge it on, I know North Coast Land Conservancy is interested, but I don't think we have the authority to.
They're not here, so
Yeah.
we can't commit them to that.
And that's why I put in the motion that we would agree to this if they will agree to that through a conversation. If you don't like that, we can vote that down and change it up.
I do have another suggestion if you'd like one.
Sure.
You do have a Parks Advisory Committee that is supposed to regularly monitor the parks. That's part of their charter, I guess.
It's not a city park, and
It
I
is
don't
not
want to
a city park.
add additional things
private
outside the
property.
city's purview.
I'd be fine just with a personal commitment from the landowner saying it's going to be walked. Our police will kind of automatically be letting us know anyway. So,
And what is
Can I say
the
one more thing?
result of if that doesn't happen?
Thank you. That's what I was going to bring up.
Then we
Yeah.
we would
You need to
need
add
we
that
need a
to your
different
motion.
solution.
Yeah.
so do you want to?
I mean,
Reframe.
I'll remove that contingency and just say we'll commit to $5,000 to help with the project.
No, amend it so you can have some recourse to get it back if it's not taken care of.
I'm not concerned. It's an expense that's already happened. It's already
I
there.
agree.
I'm okay with us helping clean it up and
If nothing
moving
else,
forward.
it's our
But
share because people moved on from.
I
our
learned
plan.
about this through Nextdoor. The residents of our community were appalled, and they will be happy to have it cleaned up.
My concern with having the city get to agreement is then we spend a bunch of money on legal fees. We know how expensive our attorneys are. If it was like a simple agreement, I would be fine with it, but I don't want to spend a bunch of money putting together an agreement above and beyond our commitment here. That would be my concern.
So I will make a motion.
We have a.
Oh, he
you-
withdrew his motion. I
No,
thought. Oh, you
I
didn't.
just
Oh,
changed.
thought
I
you
just
did.
no. I withdrew the contingency and just made it a flat $5,000 commitment.
Did your second
to
agree
pay
to
for it.
that?
You were
I don't
the
know who
second.
seconded your
It was
motion.
you.
You did.
You seconded.
I don't agree to it.
Okay. Does anybody
Oh,
else
I
want to
I'll
second?
second.
That's right.
I'll
I
second.
seconded
All right,
it.
we have a second over here.
That's
So
right.
the motion on the table is to pay $5,000.
No, I didn't agree to that.
No, Seth
I-
just
No,
did.
Seth just
Seth
seconded.
just,
Oh.
okay.
Is there any further discussion?
I think that there ought to be some way that we get our money back, whether it be when the business is sold, whether it be on a monthly installment, whether it be a lien. But I'm really having a hard time gifting public funds to clean up a private property, because once you do it for one, you're going to have to do it for other people. And we have other things that money is supposed to be used for. So I don't have a problem saying, yes, we want to help. But I think at some point we need to get that money back.
So the other piece that we need to think about is the cost of not having it cleaned up, which obviously it's already being done, is that it does affect public property and city property adjacent.
And the watershed.
But I don't think
the
that
water.
what Heidi is saying is not to do it at all. I think what she's saying is without a contingency, such as has already been suggested, that it be walked once a month, it be cleaned up if there's anything that needs to be cleaned up so that it doesn't pile up. So that this is not just an outright gift to private property. No, and I acknowledge that the outfall is on city land and city parks, but that could be the case for a lot of different private properties in the city.
Let me ask you this. If the North Coast Land Conservancy owned that piece of property and came to us and says, we need to clean up this piece of property, would you give us $5,000 out of your budget to help us do that? Would we have a different result?
Yes, because that's not a private for-profit business.
Well, frankly, neither is that
Well, that's
piece of
why I
property.
but that's why I asked you how your business was doing, and you said you were doing great.
This is a parcel over here that has nothing to do with Ruby's. I should say
It's a separate.
Ruby's is here, that property's in the back.
But you were just talking about how people love to sit out on your back patio and look out on the wetlands and all that. So it's,
Well,
I mean, it's,
they like to
it's-
look at the mill pond. They don't really care about the wetlands.
There's two strips of city property
exactly right.
between Ruby's and that piece of property. But I'll tell you, if North Coast Land Conservancy came and said, please give us $5,000 to clean this up, I'd be saying, and what are you committing? How are you going to keep it clean so you don't come back
Okay.
to us in 2 years and ask us again?
Well, my
Spencer,
commitment is I will
let's-
walk the property at least once a
I
week,
accept
probably
that.
twice a week with Justin, and report back to Officer Knox or anybody in this council that would like that,
And clean up if there's stuff there.
depending on what's there.
I probably.
Well, I mean, if it's a mattress, obviously I can't clean that up.
Why?
But you would have to be responsible for getting somebody to
Right,
clean
well,
it up.
what I would do.
I'm
is-
not saying you personally.
Right, well, I would probably call Recology, get a dumpster and clean up what's there.
The point is that you can't just let it sit there for a year again.
I understand that.
Spencer.
So I was just going to add some context that hasn't come up yet, that I'm not trying to weigh in the middle of your deliberations, but as was mentioned, we have the Ruby's property, and it is my understanding is looking at the map today, it is a different ownership, although she owns both. I think one is the business and one is personally.
They're separate tax
Best way to
lots,
describe it. And there are two city parcels in between. And so the additional context is the Ruby's lower parking lot. In order for them to be able to access that parking lot, they have to cross the city's lot. And so we do have an agreement with them that their patrons can basically use the city property to access that parking lot in exchange for our residents having the opportunity to park there to access the mill pond. So I throw that out there because there are a few things said, and this maybe adds a little more context to that.
That was my
Situation.
agreement when we got the easement. If people want to go to the mill pond, they don't have to eat at Ruby's.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to simply pay $5,000. We have a personal commitment, but it's not part of the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed?
No.
2. Motion carries.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
guys. We appreciate it.
Great job, guys.
Hopefully we can,
Hopefully you don't have to come back.
I want to come back.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Spencer, you're up again.
Speaking of Recology.
Money. No.
Okay. Oh,
You
no,
have
we're
resolution
jumping ahead.
4056.
Sorry, these are the two items that were most recently added to the agenda. And just the timeliness was important, so they were added. So the first is resolution 4056. And back in July 2024, the council authorized the mayor to sign the application to apply for funding for the water tank painting project that our public works director gave us a quick update on. That bid closes tomorrow. We were approved, I think I've mentioned this before, we were approved for, we applied for $1 million. We were approved for that. The application was approved with half of it being a grant and half of it being a low interest 1% loan, which is great news to our community. The resolution tonight authorizes the city to obligate itself to the financial terms as set forth in the agreement. And that is something that will need to be turned back into them. You can look at this as signing the loan documents. This will also be sent to our attorney, who has to provide a legal opinion on the agreement, and she has that ready to go, but is waiting for a final signed agreement. So to me, this is straightforward. If we want $500,000, up to $500,000 towards this project from Business Oregon with a low interest rate loan on the rest, this is the agreement we need to agree to.
Does anybody on the council have a question about this?
Just a comment. I like the interest rate.
Yeah.
1%.
There is a prepayment clause. We could pay it off early, but in order to get 500,000 at 1%, it'd be really hard.
Yeah.
I really like the interest rate on the other 500,000.
Yeah. Well, that 500,000, yeah.
So
You get
prepayment,
more of those, yeah.
does that mean we have to pay it for the, did it
We
say
could
19
just pay the
years?
whole 500
There is
up
no
front.
prepayment.
Right.
I thought you said there
No,
was a prepayment.
prepayment is allowed without penalty.
Okay, I thought you said
can
there
pay
was
it
a
off
penalty.
early.
And I
But
think
why would we?
And I think the goal here is, as you look over the maybe next 5, 10, 20 years at both our utility rates and the capital projects needed in both water and sewer, whereas this is saving us some water and the projects are going to be more intensive in sewer, looking at those combined is what our residents really care about. So where there's some savings here and maybe it prevents future increases in water sooner, that's kind of the benefit as I see it, if that makes sense. We can't directly attribute it to sewer, but to someone paying their utility bill, I think they care about total amount, not how it's distributed between water and sewer.
So what Paul told us about that the bottom of that or the base of that tank needs to be sealed. Any chance that can be squeezed in there, or if it could we use the money that way as well?
So the documents in here specify that they can only be used for the scope of work as outlined in the agreement. I will say when we originally contemplated this, it was based on some inspections that were done by a specialist in this area. Gave us an estimate. We put that forward in the application. In the meantime, we had Civil West prepare the bid documents, including specifying exactly what the work needed to be. In that process, we made a determination that we needed to paint the exterior as well. That wasn't originally contemplated. The contract here specifies it for the interior. I did reach out to Business Oregon, and they thought that if it didn't increase the overall cost, it could probably be included in the scope of the work. And so once we get the bids back tomorrow, by this week, we should know what the cost is. And so long as that cost is under the $1 million we applied for, I think there's a good chance we can have all of that included, and that's what we'll be requesting from them. I think what they're concerned about is that we don't get a loan for this water tank and then go build a road or a sewer facility. The fact that we're going from painting the interior to painting the interior and exterior, because it'll affect the longevity of the tank, it's all kind of part of the same project. And so to the extent it's all part of that, I don't see that as an issue. It may be. If there are some small components that aren't, we do have the funding to pay for it.
Thanks.
I move that we read Resolution 4056 by title only.
I'll second.
Councilor Psalski, Council President Morrissey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Resolution 4056, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Seaside, Oregon, authorizing a loan from the Water Fund by entering into a financing contract with the Oregon Infrastructure Finance Authority.
I move to approve Resolution 4056.
I'll second.
Councilor Psalski and Council President Morrissey. All those.
We had one correction from our city recorder.
I heard stop.
Move to adopt rather than move to approve.
Yeah.
Got it. Move to adopt Resolution 4056.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now the next one, the recycling depot.
So we have representatives from Recology here, so we'll invite them up.
You had to sit through a lot for this meeting that was going to be short.
So hopefully you had a chance to read the staff report. I don't think it's news to anyone on our council that we've had issues with illegal dumping at the recycling depot that's next to our homeless camp. It's my understanding that there's probably been some of that for a long time, but it's especially been problematic since the relocation of our homeless camp. And we are hoping that the permanent relocation behind Public Works will go a long way to resolve those issues. Part of the strategy there is to break some of the habits of kind of cutting through mill ponds and decrease any reason that someone needs to go there other than dropping off recycling. But it continues to be a significant problem. And so we have been in the process over the past couple of months of talking about whether it's temporary or permanent alternatives, locations, alternative ways of offering the service. And so we received the email at the end of last week from Recology saying it was their intent to close the depot because of the continued problems. And so we wanted to have a discussion of that and of possible locations for the service. The only service that we are required, as of right now, my understanding, the only service that we're required to provide is the glass recycling. When there's some history there that I'm still trying to unravel a little bit, working with Kim and Recology, going back a little over, or maybe about 20 years ago, the transfer station used to be located here in Seaside. That burned down. It was the services were relocated to where they are in Astoria, and that's when, about that time is when the recycling depot was opened. My understanding is that the curbside recycling we had may have been very limited at the time. It's not what it is today. But the state law does require us to provide certain services. Much of that is accomplished through the curbside. So the way I look at it is right now the glass recycling that happens there is a service that we're required to provide, whereas the mixed recycling and the cardboard is more of a courtesy. And so we have been in talks about just removing the mixed recycling because that seems to be extremely problematic. In fact, I think many times it's too contaminated to recycle, and so it's not doing a service anyway. And all of our residents' businesses should have access to, a recycling can anyways for that curbside service. At one point, we had talked about trying to relocate the cardboard recycling maybe closer to downtown if it's the businesses that especially needed it. So far, we haven't really identified a good location for that. But that's something that can be looked at later. If we are to close it, the one thing that has to happen is a location for glass recycling. My previous cities I had worked at, they did not have curbside glass recycling, and so they had glass recycling containers in the parking lots of local parks. That's where we did it, and that could be an option here. Another option that staff had looked at is in the south end of the parking lot at the airport. Reason for that is it's a parking lot that is empty most of the time, isn't used very much, and it's somewhat out of the way. Now, it may seem less convenient to our residents, but you have to drive to get there anyways, and so the city's not that big that it's really out of the way. But for someone who just wants to walk there and see what's in there, maybe it is more out of the way. The downside of that is less eyes on it. And so if we're trying to prevent illegal dumping, the best practice is to have put it in the most public space possible, because it's really hard for someone to do it when there's lots of people around or eyes on it. And so we just wanted to have this discussion. It came up late last week, but wanted to have this discussion with the council, with Recology, adding to that is the neighborhood around there would also like to see the recycling lot closed. That was that came up in our recent work session that we had with the residents and businesses around there. So kind of turn it back to you, Mayor, and to maybe initiate this discussion.
Go ahead.
Katie Hardesty, Operations Manager for Recology. I'm just more here to answer your questions that you might have. Spencer covered it really well, kind of what's going on there. The illegal dumping has become problematic. Yeah. The illegal dumping has become problematic. It's getting worse. We're probably 3 to 5 yards of loose garbage on a weekly basis, and then we have the occasional, well, not occasional, refrigerators, mattresses, couches, garage doors, I think, were the most recent. So we're having a hard time keeping up, cleaning it out before more gets put in there, and and then as Spencer said, the recycling is contaminated a lot of the times. The lock has been cut off the back because we lock it shut to keep people from getting in it, and it's cut off and garbage is put in, or it's cut off and then gone through for whatever might have a monetary value.
Go ahead.
Okay. I will just say that I do know a lot of businesses that have to use it because of the limited garbage facilities in downtown for the cardboard and glass and otherwise. I know I've had lots of conversations with you about at least the facility that we use for three of my businesses downtown just is inadequate for what ends up going on in there. And so, for example, cardboard ends up just getting stacked on the floor. And so it stops all cardboard pickups and everything because there's just not enough facility there for the people using that space. So my concern not having another place to be able to take it is definitely a concern. 90-gallon carts don't go very far with cardboard.
Right. Agreed. The businesses downtown, I know it's tight and nobody wants to lose a parking spot. However, it's a service that we provide at no cost. It would just be putting it on site, and it could be shared by multiple businesses if that's agreed upon on certain locations. And if you're willing to do that, we'll of course stick it there and then service it as needed. So
I wonder, I'll have a couple of conversations downtown, see if we can find a spot to at least have some more cardboard beyond what we're talking about with glass.
You may be able to find a few spots. This is a good opportunity for some cooperation amongst businesses. When I had my store downtown, I had 2 of the cardboard containers in my parking lot, and I had a nice parking lot. And all the businesses knew they could put their cardboard, as long as they crushed it, they could put their cardboard in those, because those weren't costing me anything, so why not let everybody use them? So there may be some other businesses that have some parking that are willing to do that. I can tell you that I've heard from several of the neighbors on the Avenue S, and they're basically cheering, thanking for the thought of closing down the recycle center. One of them had actually described for me, I saw the picture of the glass recycle, and he was describing several weeks ago for me a glass recycler that I think yours is a little different, and in his email to me today, he said there's another kind, but the basic theory is you can't get into it because people were crawling into the recycling area.
yeah, currently there's a 10-yard box down there that we use for glass, and it has the big rectangles. This new one is a 6-yard, and it has what we call a cathedral lid, where the hole is not very big at all. You can't.
You'd have to
climb
be
into it.
pretty small. And I think that most of the refrigerators, sofas, chairs, etc., that's not homeless people. That's our citizens who are not putting it out and paying to have it taken away. And we heard that they had that problem at Ruby's, when I'm hoping that that will also get taken care of. So I think we're going to have to find a way to, no matter where we put all this, we're going to have to find a way for that to not happen. And I don't know, do we have a fine for dumping your refrigerator or your sofa someplace?
Yeah, give me a sec to look it up. I have
Okay.
it here, but I think it's like $500 or $700 or
Yes.
something like that.
The problem is you don't always know who dumped it.
Yeah.
700. Yeah, you have to catch them doing it. but-
Right. So I like the thought of the airport, and I don't know if it's something that could be, you're thinking the parking lot.
The
'cause
parking
you
lot on the
can't-
exterior of the fence.
The exterior,
Yeah,
because I was
not
thinking
inside. No,
interior
no.
that maybe could be locked away and
We-
only open at certain times.
We have yeah, she's shaking her head. Our liaison to the airport committee, chime in.
Yeah, I don't think that, there's regulations, FAA things that are a part of that airport and the security of the airport. So I think it would have to be outside
Yeah,
of the
I
gate
can
of
see.
the airport.
Right.
But you wouldn't have a issue as far as you're concerned. It was like back against, I'm assuming probably back against the south fence.
We'll pull up a map here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think that that's really a busy parking lot. So, maybe that might be something we would want to confirm with someone who's there more often than I am. But what I will say is I think traffic wise getting in and out of there, I don't think would be a problem.
My only concern is, if it's a resident of Seaside, they're going to have to turn left across 101.
Well, they do now.
Yeah, there's no light there.
There's a
Well,
gym
here's-
there. There's a hairdresser there. I would definitely want to be checking with the businesses. There's Kiwi Glasses there.
Yeah.
There's a couple of businesses, and those businesses are frequented. And that gym is a 24-hour gym with code access.
It's an old picture. Let me.
Yeah.
If I go one step back, there we go. As close
Yeah,
as I
because
can
I'm
get.
thinking, we're behind those businesses, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be right in what we had thought about is right in the back of the parking lot right here.
Right.
Can I assume that wherever y'all move it, you're talking about putting some kind of cameras there to deal with the problem of all the dumping that's been going on at the current location for at least a few years?
No, we weren't going to put cameras on the location.
Is there a reason why, knowing how much dumping is going on?
It's a very large expense to do that. That on Seaside's depot, it's.
Why wouldn't Seaside put the cameras there?
Sure.
I would add to this. I think the hope is if it's just a glass dumpster. I think that I would hope that it doesn't even occur to people to drop off a couch there. I think one of the problems with our depot is you have a whole mix of different kinds of products. Plus, it's a fenced-in area, so people back their truck in. But honestly, if we really wanted to keep an eye on it, if you put it,
I don't like the thought in a public park.
so I'll say you put it right here or something, and all eyes on it. That's
Battery
the best.
floods.
That's the best way to not have dumping.
I have a
Is
better
that Broadway
location.
Park?
Avenue T, right inside Public Works, just to the left, right inside that fence.
No,
I thought you were
because
gonna
they
say
lock
that-
their door.
I thought you were going to say Ruby's
it's
parking
locked
lot.
during the
Gate
week.
gets
We've
locked.
always called the location on Avenue S the recycling depot. So I think there's a certain number of people that have just taken stuff there that they know they need to recycle instead of throwing
Let's
away.
change the name.
So,
Yeah.
if it's just a glass container, it's no longer a recycling depot. We just have a place you can drop your glass. The other question I had is we also talked about curbside recycling for glass. And where are we on that?
So, anticipating that this question may come up, they threw some quick numbers together today to get an idea. It's a significant cost increase, so they can explain it better than me. But in order to really justify doing it, they're going to have to purchase the equipment and hire the personnel. So we would need to pair it with green waste service. This is what Astoria does. And so modeling it after that, give us a little bit of an idea.
So for the curbside, it's a 32-gallon glass cart and a 90-gallon yard debris cart, and it would go every other week opposite of each other. And of course, you still have your garbage and recycling service. So your 32-gallon garbage service, weekly service, would go up $14 a month from $19.48 to $33.48 a month. And then you have your 90-gallon service, which is at $32.48 right now, and it would go up $23 of $55.48. And that's an approximate. We didn't sit down and really run through. That's comparable to Astoria, doing the exact same services. And of course, once you have those services, you're hoping to downsize your garbage can, honestly. If you're not putting any green waste, you're not putting glass in there, you're not putting recycling in there, you should have a much smaller actual
garbage,
putrescible waste going to.
And then you have 3 carts. Four carts.
Because you got yard waste and
We got
glass.
yard waste separate.
And your recycle carts. So it's a lot of carts. Astoria does really well with it, putting it out, since it goes opposite weeks, so you're not putting all 4 carts out at once. And then.
But it is more expensive.
Yeah,
It is more
way
expensive.
more expensive. And the glass recycling container, is that opening small enough that they would not be able to put construction debris in there? Because that's a problem we have.
In like the glass depot box, or are you talking about like a personal?
Depot box.
The depot
In the
box?
depot box.
Well, the hole is not, it's
not very
like maybe
big.
1 foot, 1.5 feet by 10 inches. It's not very big, but.
And then is it steep? So you, or could you?
Yeah,
I know, it's.
I mean,
You're not going to get much in there.
People are very
hope
inventive, and
They are.
Yeah.
They
if
are.
they want to get something
I can
in
get a mattress
somewhere.
in there.
You do also have the options. So a couple options for service is you don't have to have it there permanently all the time. If you wanted it just for the weekend, if you wanted it dropped on a Thursday and pulled on a Monday, or dropped on a Friday, or dropped on a Monday, pulled on a Friday, and it's not there for the weekend, just that box, it's an option. And there's also the option of, if you close it now and want to kind of look at everything, kind of like reset on what you want for the depot, and then reopen it. There's a possibility of staffing it.
My only
I don't
thought
think
was,
we reopen the depot.
My only thought is, there may be a consideration to reopening it, but only glass, and waiting till the homeless camp moves. But I don't know. We just don't know how used it will be. So I think one of my questions is, how soon do we need an answer? Because I know staff could probably come back to the council with several options. And I think it would be helpful to know kind of from the council what the priority is, and from Recology what the timeline is. If it needs to be sooner, can we have a temporary spot until we come up with something more permanent, and we can put some signage up at the current recycling depot indicating people, what the changes are, where to expect it, just kind of.
So we'll do whatever you'd like to do. I do know the garbage that's being dumped isn't necessarily staying there. I think that's one of the huge issues that we heard about tonight, is that it's leaving and going out into the city and other areas.
Right.
So from our standpoint, as soon as you want to make a decision, we'll act on it with the signage and everything, and get things in place. But it's ultimately up to you what you would like to do.
I don't think we can close it without, at the same time, having the glass recycling alternative.
Correct.
Because there's just too much, and I don't see it working for just a few days out of the week, especially during the summer.
I mean, right now, most of my glass goes in my garbage. I'm assuming there's a high percentage of that happens.
Yes.
Out at Seaside.
I'm in favor of closing the recycling depot, but I would like, before we do that, I'd like you guys to come back with some locations like you mentioned and give us some options that would work for the city, and then we make that final decision, and then at that point we close it once there's another option.
With significant notice to the city, at least a month, if not two.
Yeah, once you have a decision, we won't do anything until we have signs made with
Right.
exactly where everything's going. And once we have everything in line, then we'll put the glass box where it needs to go, and then we'll start closing it and pulling everything out of there.
I would maybe even, once we make that decision, put the glass box in immediately wherever we decide it's going to go.
Right.
And so people have that opportunity as soon as they hear, well, that's going to close, I'll go try the new place.
Get in the new habit.
My concern too is for the downtown businesses that create a whole lot of cardboard that we need to find some kind of solution for them.
One of our thoughts had been, let's separate it out, I think having glass at a separate location than cardboard helps to decrease the chance that people think this is one spot I can dump it.
A little bit, yeah, it's hard to say.
I would not want to have too long a notice. I think a month is a good notice, because what I'd be concerned might happen is, oh, they're going to be closing really soon. Let's bring all our stuff. We dump it off now, and have a rush on cleaning, spring cleaning, let's call it.
So do we have enough to move forward? Okay. And then you decide what to do with the recycling yard. It's city property.
Well, we've just, we're putting a homeless camp where the public works storage is supposed to go.
I was kind of thinking
that's come to the
Public
top of my
Works
list.
might want to put their word in here, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie.
Hey, that's the end.
Wow.
If you really want to know, about all we had on the original agenda was the one presentation for the police department. And we added a couple others because we thought this was going to be a short meeting. Yeah, that's life of a city councilor, folks. Okay, well, Chief's about, no, Paul's back there too, so there's two city staff hanging around. And I'm assuming they don't want anything. John, any updates on anything?
Yeah, I'll be brief, but couple weeks ago, sorry, let me just pull up these photos really fast. Couple weeks ago, we put out a public service announcement on kind of a phishing, scamming, bad actor thing that was going on. And you get texts, you get robocalls, and this is another thing. So basically what's happened here, and we'll just quickly let you know about it and for the public, is now bad actors are taking things like planning commission agendas or city council agendas and taking logos and information that looks like it might be coming from a municipal source. And in this case, it was a payment instruction issued by the planning commission. We've blacked out the name that it went to, but they were requesting payment by wire transfer. So we never do that. That's one thing. But then the second thing is fraudulent fees. So any of the fees on this second page, all of these fees that the bad actors attempting to ask for are fraudulent. These are, and I'm sorry, you can't see it much bigger than that, but we posted this, and it's just kind of a quick PSA and just one more way that people are trying to get people. So if you have questions about your fees, for the very few people that are probably watching at 9 p.m., call the city and ask. That's the
We're watching
push.
it later, yeah. Again, Spencer?
The only update I have, unfortunate to say, is not great news. We heard back today on the recommendations that OEB is making to their board on the watershed grants. They had a limited number of funding, and they were able to fund, I believe, the first 4 projects, and ours was ranked number 5.
Oh, no.
And so we did not get that. So we are going to wait for the full set of documents to come out and take a look at it. In the brief conversations I had with our representative with North Coast Land Conservancy, who has been working on some of the other projects, he mentioned that several of those projects were in the same place we were and have been applying each year and have finally gotten approved. And so it may be one of those things where we continue to put an application in until we get an approval. The other thing that I know came up in the presentation, we had a virtual presentation with that board. One of the concerns they had is they were reviewing our currently adopted watershed plan, which is a different strategy than what we're following now. If you remember, Councillor Horning used to refer it as the timber harvesting plan, because the currently adopted watershed plan is to basically cut, the trees in the watershed to help pay for the acquisition of more watershed. So we assured them that we were going in a different direction now, which is a conservation mode, and I think they liked that. They were glad to hear that. That may have been a bit of a stumbling block for them. And so we'll wait to see what their final comments are, ratings, and we'll get some feedback from them. But that is something we'll likely want to get revised to a new strategy pretty soon. In fact, our contact at North Coast suggested he had some ins with grants that would be available to us to help rewrite that timber harvesting plan into a true watershed management plan. So unfortunately for that, but there's still light at the end of the tunnel. It'll just take us a little bit longer than we anticipated.
Okay, thank you. Chris.
I will be brief as well. I'm going to go back to fireworks just for my last comment, just so I don't forget this part. I think along with the November 1st date, we should also be thinking about the public opinion. And I don't know if that's a town hall, if that's a survey, if that's a whatever that ends up looking like. I think we had a lot of issues on this topic that kind of got conflated with each other. And I think what is important is not necessarily our personal opinions or how we feel about something or what our neighbor said to us. It's really about the residents of Seaside. And so I don't want to lose sight of that. And that is all.
Thank you. Seamus?
I want to start off with a good thing. Last weekend, went up to Astoria for the launching of the mini boat at the RB Maritime Center. Nice event. The kids sang and did little songs with motions and stuff. And got to launch their boat in the little pond out front. It sounded like they were going to follow that up by putting it in the river. Did they wind up?
Well, it actually goes out into the ocean.
Okay, so nice little. I liked that boat. I don't know about that sail design, but I'm not a sailor, so
my guess is they did it small so that it's not pushed around too much. So,
right, that makes sense. I want to follow that up with. On a personal note, I've spent a good deal the last week in a pretty much continuous state of existential dread over what looks like is coming that will be affecting our city, and seeing how many federal agencies are being dismantled, defunded, and otherwise taken apart. I wonder how long it's going to be until HUD is amongst them and we wind up with an influx of our own people who cannot afford to live in our town and wind up joining our homeless camp or creating new ones. These are the things that keep me up at night, because I'm worried that we don't have a lot of housing anyways, and the amount that's affordable is really, really low.
Heidi?
I went to the Oregon Ghost Conference at the Convention Center this weekend, and that was a hoot. You can't imagine the things that I saw for sale on tables in there, and the different categories of the paranormal that are discussed. It was fascinating. So
I saw the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, they had the Ghostbusters big station wagon, and they had the green ghost and a whole bunch of other monsters and people dressed up like the Ghostbusters. It was quite fun. So if you've never done that, I recommend it highly. I'm leaving again tomorrow. I'm leaving for the United Kingdom, land of my birth, and I'll be back on April 12th.
The beach has a lot of debris on it. And just a reminder to our residents to stay away from all the logs and trees and everything else when the tide is near them. They will kill you. But I have never seen the beach with as much debris as is out there right now. So that's all I have.
I also noticed how the dunes are really encroaching and getting, they're just everywhere. You go down to the turnaround and the dunes just seem to be coming closer and closer. So that worries me. A little bit of information that might help you, Seamus. There is a group of people who have been gathering information from both governmental agencies, governmental entities, and from nonprofits in the county regarding what funding do you have in jeopardy because of what's going on. Last week, they met for 2 days. The mayor and I were at the first day, and which was more the governmental agencies and the big projects, the building projects. And then I was there also on the second day, which was for nonprofits, social service agencies, healthcare, etc. And there will be some reports coming out. They're collating the information, and they want to make this information more available to people, so we kind of know what's coming down the line. Also, for those who don't know, on Friday at 5 p.m. at the Liberty, the state legislature Ways and Means Committee will be in town. Now, they are also going to be talking to some of the same people, and what they want to hear from people are what kind of funding are you asking for from the legislature? Either you're already asking for it, what kinds of kinds of money, amounts of money do they need to be thinking about? They'll be going to several places throughout the state, so it's Friday night for us, and I'm going to be there. I think it's probably going to be a full house. Get there early is what everybody is saying.
The Tourism Advisory Committee did meet at the Budget Committee meeting at the same time, so I wasn't able to attend. But the updates I have are the second annual Jazz and Blues event was featured on Coin News. One of the organizers was on Coin News, and then coming up in the future, actually this was March 18th, so this is back a little bit, but also the Ghost Conference was featured on there. And then also Seaside Golf Course was featured in Golfer Magazine as one of the 9-hole courses to play in the area. That's all I got.
We've had a lot of things to do with the school. Councilor Pasalski and Councilor McVeigh were both at the Maritime Museum, and just a great thing. Mr. Miller's class launched the SV Sunset Sailor, and as part of this Maritime Museum program that has been going on for a long time, but this is the first time it's been a Seaside school class has been involved. It was 5th grade class, Mr. Miller, Pacific Ridge. I wanted to highlight too, I saw that Ella Bowles, who's been our student rep here while Alexander was out, got an OSU Presidential Scholarship, one of 40 statewide. Yesterday or day before, we picked up 34 If I Were Mayor posters from the 4th grade classes. And I'll be bringing the winners here sometime probably in April. Yeah, he's showing a couple of the pictures there. The kids had a great time pulling that boat around the pond. I don't know how many times they did it. I went down to Salem, 4.5 hours worth of driving to speak for 2 minutes. And I did get to answer some questions about TLT, so I guess there was another extra minute there. I thought it was a very good opportunity for those of us, both for and against this flexibility that we're looking for. But the thing that's really going to figure out whether we go any farther is tomorrow, this committee will hold a meeting to decide if they're going to refer it on to the Revenue Committee. I think they will, but that will be the question. So it will get on the Revenue Committee sometime, hopefully, and then I'll go back to Salem again. Councilors, make sure, and planning commissioners, if you're watching, make sure you do your statement of economic, whatever, SEI form. Very important. And also note, if I don't remember whether I told you or not, you can watch the webinar now and not have to go to a meeting. And that counts for your once in every 4 years. So if you don't have that information, I passed it on to John. He can get it to you, or I can give it. County housing meeting, regional housing meeting is on Wednesday at 1:30 here. And soon we will have a presentation from 3J about the Seaside portion of that. We did a buildable lands, something else, housing inventory as well, and we'll get a specific presentation. I will be on the Mayor Monday segment on KOAN next Monday, the 31st at 7:35 a.m. if you're up that early. I will be continuing to highlight, I probably will mention TLT in there somewhere, but the focus the past couple of years has been showing what Seaside has been doing as far as accessibility. We had one Moby mat in place last year at this time, and we have another one now. So, as well as David's chair being the busiest one in their system, like we heard at the Budget Committee. So, finishing up tonight, again, going back to volunteering. This is a quote that's a call to service and contributing to the greater good. We want to thank the approximately 100 volunteers that hold an official and sometimes unofficial positions, like on our boards, committees, and commissions. Those have volunteered just for the fun of it. We have people here tonight that went out and did a substantial amount of work. Basically that's for our city. And this is actually a paraphrase. I made it specific to Seaside from President Woodrow Wilson. You are not here merely to make a living. You are here to enable Seaside to live more amply with greater vision, with a finer spirit of hope and achievement. You are here to enrich Seaside, and you will impoverish yourself if you forget the errand. We are adjourned.